Keystone. Sure, and good morning and welcome to the August meeting of the Nelson City Council. Can I particularly welcome Rose as our youth councillor this morning. And Rose, the challenge we give to our youth councillors is to make sure at some time during the agenda you give us the wisdom of youth. I'm going to start with the karakia. Tuia Karunga, Tuia Kararo, Tuia Karoto, Tuia Kawaho, Tuia Tihi Tangata, Karonga Tapo, Karonga Ta'ao, Humiae Huiae Taikie. We have an apology from Councillor Kahu Pakipaki, and I'd like to move from the chair that be accepted. That has been seconded by Councillor Courtney. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any additional interests that any member feel is relevant to today's agenda that they would wish to declare? That not being the case, we move to the confirmation of business. Can I just note that I haven't had the best health over the last couple of weeks, and can I thank a number of people for carrying a can for me. I was not able to get my mayor's report completed last week, and so I have circulated it late. I would like, because of the urgency around the matter, to consider it. That requires a formal motion, notice of motion, and so that the council considers the item regarding the mayor's report, as this is a major item not on the agenda pursuant to Local Government Section 46A 7A of the Local Government Act, to enable it to be able to be considered. I'd like to move that from the chair. The Deputy Mayor is a willingness to second that. Is there any discussion on accepting that as a late item for today's agenda? That being the case, I shall put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no carried. We come to public forum, and I'd like to welcome Kent Ingalls to present for council under public forum.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and hi to everybody. Good evening. First up of the list, I should be wide awake. Probably remain standing because I've got a thousand to go through. That's okay. My name's Kent Ingalls. I'm an inner city dweller.
Kent, it does.
Easier to talk into that?
Just because there are people on the net. Can I just note for councillors, just as an aside, and sorry, this will not be a part of your time. I should just notify all those in the room. Our technology team are having some challenges and have been in a mad rush to try and get everything back up and running when it went down earlier. If there are any problems with the technology, it may require an adjournment, and if we can just have a little bit of a tolerance around the technology team as they try and get us through the morning. Back over to yourself, Kent.
Thank you. As I was saying, my name's Kent Ingalls. I'm an inner city dweller. I'm a 7th generation Nelsonian and a small scale property developer in the area. Built an apartment building down on Ajax Ave a few years ago, and am in the process of doing a townhouse development in the inner city at the moment. I'm starting to have some grave concerns about the ability to effectively do business in the area in this particular space. I'll whip through my current development proposal. So I had a plan pre-COVID to do 3 townhouses there. You can see them marked or circled there, 53A, B and C. COVID obviously put a bit of a spanner in the works in terms of that development. Some things changed, and I revised my plans and decided to effectively do a boundary adjustment that looks a lot more complicated than it is. There are still 3 lots there you can see to the north of or the top of your screen, and lot 4 there is being amalgamated back with the existing house that's on that site. So the plan was to go from doing standalone dwellings to doing some townhouses. That's the rendering that was created for the development. all the site works were completed pre and in the early stages of the COVID closures. The site was elevated by about 1 metre. It's an inundation zone close to the river. All the services were put in. You can see all the service infrastructure there. Everything was effectively completed, signed off, as you can see by the group manager infrastructure. Those works were all signed off and completed. So I was faced with doing a boundary adjustment to not create any more lots, but just to do a different scale and scope of build on that site. It's taken me 6 months. I finally got my consent approval through today. It was lodged, give or take 6 months. It was lodged in the first week of February. The resultant required works have been this. Now, I'm not sure if you can see it. I'll go back. They've been this. I need to put a static pipe along that boundary there, so no fall on it, just a static pipe 12 metres long to allow for some overflow from the neighbour's property there. You can see marked lot 2 on the right-hand side, bottom right-hand side of your screen. Ironically, this works was required. It wasn't picked up in the original consent application that I did. So I'm now at a stage where I'm hoping to proceed with these relatively promptly and wanting to do another couple of townhouses there on that site at some stage. I'm not here to have a crack at anybody within council, certainly not the staff who I know are working as hard as they can. This particular process, I had 2 consultant planners, one from Wellington and one regionally involved in it, as well as a council planner. There's been over 150 email correspondences that have been sent backwards and forwards to come up with this as a conclusion in terms of the works that needs to be done. There seems to be a general lack of staff within some departments in council. I know this is an issue that everybody's trying to rectify, but outsourcing certainly creates a lot of hassles for developers. There's so many more eyes across looking at discretionary type activities within the planning rules, and of course people have different interpretations of that, and when you've got more than one person making an interpretation, it confuses and confounds and slows the process up. So there were some minor breaches of daylight rules in that, just for clarification. My neighbour signed them off within 48 hours. He was happy with the development proposal that was planned for there. It took about 3.5 months for the council to come back and ask me to get the neighbour to sign it off. It's something that could have been done within the initial sort of 20-day period. I'm just wondering, I'm sitting here wondering as a developer whether the central government's new granny flat proposal is going to supersede anything that we're trying to do in the region. Obviously, we've got Plan Change 29 proposed, and I'm really struggling to wonder what to do going forward. I've got another site which is located on the city fringe. It's on a bus route by schools. It's close walking distance to the city. Sort of ticks all the boxes in terms of what we're all trying to achieve in a region. I'm wondering whether I actually proceed with it or whether I leave the existing building and leave the existing leasee in place. It would create create dwellings for about another 60 residents in the area, and meeting all those targets that we like to see in terms of people being able to walk to town or use public transport, etc., and utilising the existing infrastructure that's in place within the region as well. I'm not sure what the route is going forward. I mean, there's a lot of expertise obviously within the room and on the floors above and below us. I don't know whether anything multi-unit within the city fringe or within the wider region should have a facilitator appointed to assist with the process. I don't know if there's opportunities for cadetships within council to gain the additional staff that are required to do the processing work that's required. There's no developers forum or no formal developers forum that I'm aware of, but certainly not one that I've ever been invited to. Perhaps there should be quarterly meets so the council can update us on what the hindrances to any particular development are, or what opportunities there are for those that are doing developers in the region to try and undertake. There are certainly positives. The opportunity to get development fee free or subsidies for builds in the outer city is a positive. So what's going to happen if Plan Change 29 is adopted? I don't know. I hear a lot of sound bites out of elected members about the desire for additional regional development in the city, and that's happened for many years. We need it for a lot of reasons. I don't know whether it's been conveyed to staff, what direction they're being given, but in my previous and in my current situation, there's certainly, I don't seem to get the feel that there's any desire to facilitate the development process. So if housing is a priority, as Plan Change 29 would exist, I mean, I don't know whether the councillors here even have details around what average processing times are for consents, what the frustrations of developers are, and what can be done to help. You know, I need to make economic decisions around whether I should proceed. I'll be about 10 seconds if that's okay. About whether I should proceed with the new development. The inability to effectively process consents adds costs to construction. The costs are passed on ultimately to the occupants of any dwelling, or I deem the project not to be viable, and we continue to be stuck in time, and all the development continues to happen to the southwest of us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. I think councillors would agree that housing is one of the biggest challenges that we collectively face, and it's very helpful, in my view, to have a developer challenge us a little. I am, because of the relevance of the issue, going to allow a little bit of time for councillors to question, and I'm also going to ask the Chief Executive to respond, but let's have questions from any councillors if they wish. Councillor Sanson.
Can I just respond first?
The Chief Executive will respond first, and then I'll have some comment from councillors.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Kent, I really appreciate you coming in. I really appreciate it. It's all great feedback. And look, we are absolutely wanting to send a message to the public and to developers that we're open for business. We're here to help. We have got a desire to facilitate. You know, we are about to, I'm bringing a business case to the elected members around transforming this council to be much more customer focused. We've already put in place a concept delivery development team. So we want that ability for you to work with somebody so that you don't have these problems going forward. We've got a city development team, and they're going to be putting out quarterly information around this sort of information. So I hear you loud and clear. I've been talking to a lot of developers. There's frustration sometimes with council, and other times there's frustration. You know, some things that developers are doing. So there's always two sides to every story. I've got some amazing staff within the council, but we haven't always had the processes that and the systems for them to operate as effectively as they could do. We have had short staff, but we've managed to fill those gaps. And so look, I'm confident going forward. So my message to you is, go. You know, we want you to develop. We want you to bring those houses. Housing is a real priority. So we want to facilitate that. We want to make sure you've got the conduit to make that happen. So we're open to listening. We really appreciate your feedback and coming in.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nix, with the chair. Kia ora, Kent. Thanks for coming in, and really appreciate you kind of coming and presenting to us in your frank conversation. I want to reiterate that housing is critical, and particularly in the city centre. Did you say that you've got another site that could house 60 people? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'd be really keen if you are happy to get a copy of your presentation that you put together. Yeah, email address.
No problem.
Yeah, and I'm also really keen if you want to reach out at any time. We do have a community housing acceleration task force, but I kind of feel like anything that is expediting housing for the community, is really critical. So I'm happy to hear it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and through to you, Kent. Thank you for presenting this morning, taking the time and the effort to come in and state your case. It's very helpful for us as councillors, elected members, your representative here around the council table. Kent, you've mentioned Ajax Avenue and a development there. Did you have the same difficulty there as you're having at the moment?
Similar. Mm-hmm.
Mm. Are you aware also that we have a council officer assigned to assist developers, to work alongside developers, working through their projects? So did you get that opportunity from...
Yes, I have had correspondence with that person on a number of occasions in the past. I think the difficulty is, for me, that it seems to stall when it goes beyond that person. Obviously, they're not a decision maker. They're not a planner, so they're not assessing discretionary activities and the like. So I think that's where the line blurs a little bit. Yes. I do have some frustrations that it's difficult to get in the door and actually sit around the table with anybody that's making those decisions. Didn't used to be the case some years ago. It was quite an open forum, and I think as somebody involved in those activities, it felt like you were more engaged, you were more on the same team and trying to resolve issues. There are issues when you're doing planning, of course. There's never not issues. Nothing is completely straightforward.
So it's time for consents. It's the time taken to get a consent approved. That's the hub of the issue.
Yeah, that's the hub of it. It's as I've demonstrated with this, there were some very minor breaches of the planning rules which the neighbour signed off within 48 hours. So in terms of what I was trying to achieve there, wasn't doing anything majorly outside of the scope of the plan. And certainly if Plan Change 29 was adopted, everything was well within the proposed limits for Plan Change 29.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did ask the question, what does council do with respect to the processing of building and resource consents? We receive a 6-monthly report from our key manager in that area. They acknowledged at the beginning of the year that the timeliness of consents was a major issue. I also have to acknowledge that we have had central government taking a significant number of our key resource planning staff over the last few years. There's obviously been a change in central government. I think the challenge you've given us today further reinforces than we do the 6-month review is to make sure that we are improving those. I'm also quite interested, and we need to have a further discussion as council and with our staff around the concept of having a developer forum, so at least there can be the free flow of information between the development community and our staff, so that these sorts of issues, that we find better systems that'll work both for our planning staff that have important regulatory responsibilities, but also making sure that we resolve issues quickly, because, man, it is important for this town that we actually facilitate the sorts of developments you propose. And when you tease me and say that you've got another development of potentially 60 new homes in the inner city area, you left a question mark in your presentation as to whether you're thinking about to do it. I'd urge you, please give us the space to work with you to help make that happen. Are there any further comments or questions from colleagues? On that note, can I thank you, Kent, for your presentation and for an appropriate challenge for our team in the way in which we respond. And like I say, I'm hoping you're sitting there in 6 months' time, 12 months' time and saying, I was heard, and we are making positive change. Thank you again.
Thanks. Appreciate the opportunity. Cheers.
The next item on the agenda is the confirmation of the minutes from the meeting of the 4th of July and then the 27th of June. Is there a colleague that is prepared to move the adoption of the minutes from the 4th of July? Thank you, Councillor Skinner. Seconded, Councillor Brand. So that's moved and seconded by Councillor Skinner and Brand. Are there any questions about those minutes covered on pages 15 to 25 of our agenda? That being the case, I shall put those. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. Carried. We come to the minutes on the 27th of June. As a colleague, Mel Courtney, is prepared to move those. Thank you, Councillor Saginson, for seconding. Is there any question in respect of the 27 June minutes? That being the case, I shall put the adoption of those. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, says no. That is carried. I come to my Mayor's report. In it, I raise the very significant issue for the top of the South in respect of the Nelson Marlborough Institute of Technology. I do note NMIT's unique history in that the Nelson City Council in 1905, in my own quite a visionary move, provided at ratepayers' expense land for the establishment of what was then the Nelson Technical Institute. I would note that the significance of NMIT for the city of Nelson is that we have a relatively small state sector in Nelson. That is, we're not a city that has a university or a tertiary hospital or a prison, I'm not sure what one of those, or for that matter, a defence base. And so the two major public sector employers we have is our hospital, which is a secondary rather than a tertiary hospital, and NMIT. But it goes to me more than just being a substantive employer and source of state investment in our region, the really important part about NMIT is that there are literally thousands of people in our city whose opportunity to get a tertiary education because they might have children or other links that they cannot leave Nelson is that institution. There is a big debate that we often hear from our Economic Development Agency, and that is that the region's productivity, amount of wealth created per employee, is less than most regions. And a real challenge around lifting productivity actually is in upskilling people, of which NMIT is pretty crucial. And then the last part that I think for Nelson, particularly going forward, where I think there is significant opportunity for our city, is with respect to international students. If there's anything that has surprised me in my period after becoming mayor, it was the number of businesses that said in the central city how much they missed the level of international students that we had pre-COVID. And the missing them was actually not just from the point of view of them being customers in our hospitality and other sector. I was surprised how many of them were, for instance, part-time employees in our retail sector and in others. Now, what I have heard with the change that occurred in 2020 with Te Pukenga is that we have lost that capacity for Nelson to market for international students what makes us unique. Many of the students that come to Nelson, yes, they come for the excellence of their commerce, their nursing, their marine and their other courses, but they also come because Nelson's a wonderful place for young people to go mountain biking, to go kayaking, to go tramping and to enjoy all of those things. And that they've lost that opportunity to market that to international marketplaces. And that has meant that the number of students we have right now internationally, even 2.5 years after COVID, is less than a quarter of what it was pre-COVID. So over the last month, I've been putting a lot of time into this issue. My intel is that there is some nervousness within government about returning to NMIT. I know the option of us being a branch of the Christchurch Polytechnic or us being a branch of the Open Polytechnic have been options that are live. I'm expecting an announcement from the government in the form of a consultation document being made public any day. I have been assured by government that there will be a process of public consultation. The reason for my mayor's report is that I think this is super important for Nelson's future, that I want to be us as nimble-footed and to be able to make a submission as quickly as possible. I'm concerned that by the September council meeting, it may be too late. And so I'd like to authorise the mayor and chief executive to be able to make a submission. The assurance I give to councillors is the draft would be circulated to all councillors so that you can see what's being said. You'll be given the opportunity to comment, and that it'll be for myself and the chief executive to take that comment on board and to put as strong a submission in as possible. I also note in my mayor's report that earlier this month, in working behind the scenes, the mayors of Tasman and Marlborough and our 8 iwi have been in extensive dialogue around this important issue that we wrote not just to the Minister of Tertiary Education, but to all ministers on this issue earlier this month. And I'm signalling that the tone of the submission would be similar to the letter that was jointly agreed between the 3 mayors and our 8 iwi and our 4 business organisations, being the Economic Development Agency and the 2 chambers of commerce from either side of the hill. I'm more than happy to take questions on my report and on the recommendation. I'll take Councillor Benge, and then I'd like to also provide. We're very fortunate, and I have had extensive advice and conversation on this issue with our chief executive, who previously came from the industry training organisation sector and is very well informed about these challenges and has been a huge strategic help to me as we have explored the future of this issue for our city. Councillor Benge.
Thank you. Just a question. In your report here, you refer to ROVE. I haven't been able to find out what that is.
My apologies.
It was a TEC-led project. It was
was a what?
basically sorry, Tertiary Education Commission-led project, and they over 4 years to basically set up Te Pūkenga, and the merging of the ITOs and the polytechnics.
So the exact, I apologise, I plead guilty to using acronyms. ROVE stands for Reform of Vocational Education.
Review of vocational education.
Oh, it was review
Yeah.
of vocational education. That's what happens when you've got a chief executive so well informed in this area. Even I didn't know the full definition of the acronym. Councillor Courtney.
Mayor Nick, and thank you. In your presentation just now, you said there was a nervousness with government returning to NMIT. What did you mean by that? How did you come to that view?
The new government has made plain that they do not support the nationalised polytechnic and are considering options about what they will do with what was the 16 former polytechnics. But there is some good reason for nervousness, and if I just give you a little bit of background of what I have seen, is that over my 30 years as a Member of Parliament, I did see some of the very small polytechnics really struggle financially, and their difficulty was having sufficient class numbers to make programs viable. I equally saw some of the really big polytechnics almost become so big and unbureaucratic, unmanageable, that they got into deep financial trouble. In fact, it was the big losses by the major Auckland ones that triggered the ROVE reform and the mega polytechnic. The bit that I believe is that NMIT can be financially viable as a standalone institution. We've got nearly 120 years of history to back that up. And in my view, NMIT fell into that sweet spot of being big enough to be financially viable, but not so big as to be cumbersome. And the second part, in my view, Councillor Courtney, was that the top of the south has some quite unique industries. Viticulture, 80% of New Zealand's wine production is in this region. The marine industries with fishing, aquaculture, again, we're over 80%. And one of the reasons I feel that NMIT can be financially viable, and it's important it's independent, is because of the capacity to be able to partner with those key sectors that I think might be lost if it's in a larger institution. The last bit I would say is this. For it to be viable, the other thing you need to think about is what competition it has. In my view, actually, the success of NMIT has partly been that we don't have a whole lot of private training establishments. And the reason we don't have a lot of private training establishments in Nelson is that NMIT did a really good job of partnering with industry and meeting those needs. In some other regions, their polytechnics will have a bigger job surviving because there have been other organisations that have been established. So I'm excited about the opportunity, but as I've also said to you, nervous about some of the central government advice that may not have the confidence that a recent region like Nelson Marlborough has the governance and financial capacity to ensure it is going to be financially viable into the long term. And I think in convincing the government that NMIT should be able to be standalone, the key lens that they will be looking over is that lens of financial viability. I think it would be worthwhile to Councillor Skinner, Councillor Brandt.
Chair, so a couple of quick questions. I'm very supportive of this, and if you need a seconder, I'm hand up for that. With a lack of international students coming into the NMIT, I think even Polytech, COVID obviously put a big dampener on that, and a bit of the changes in some of the rules on immigration, etc. But what is the situation at the moment? What do you feel is the cause of a lack of international students coming in, and with it being independent, would that increase the amount of international students coming here? Or is that a separate
Yeah,
issue
It
completely?
is, it is my view, but it is just a view. My view is that NMIT pre the mega merger did a really good job of telling the Nelson story. Come to Nelson because it's a warm, sunny, safe place. We've got a vibrant city. You can do all these things, whether it be kayaking or mountain biking and those things. And the really interesting thing, Councillor Skinner, is that the geographic makeup of the international students that came to NMIT were quite different to where they were in other parts of the country. And I think we have been significantly disadvantaged in not being able to tell that Nelson story in the international branding. Now, what makes me even more excited, Councillor Skinner, is that there has been very active discussion with a college in Canada, George Brown, and about partnering with a Canadian college. What's happened in Canada is that the government has capped their number of international students. You've got many international students that want to go to a English-speaking country because part of their desire is to learn English while they do their tertiary education. And I think there's far greater opportunity for us to do that international partnering with an institution like George Brown if we're independent than if we're a branch office of some other organisation. So they're the reasons, and I'm going to gratefully accept your offer, Councillor Skinner, to second the resolution. Councillor Brand.
Thanks, through the Mayor. It's sort of along similar lines to Councillor Skinner about the international students. What research or studies or source of information have you or the NMIT or the people who have signed this letter sourced to understand the change and the drop of international students, not only here, but also worldwide, for you to feel that the weight of the application, we could be successful in increasing or going back to the numbers of international students prior to COVID?
I'm going to employ the Chief Executive skills in a moment, but where I think New Zealand is missing in action is that if you look at the bounce back in international students in Australia, they got back to pre-COVID levels in 2023, and we were at only a third of pre-COVID levels. So in my view, Australia has been far more nimble-footed in rebuilding that, to the point where second to mining international students is Australia's second biggest export earner. Now, that is incredible. It is it is a huge industry in Australia, particularly in the university sector. I think this is an area where there is wonderful opportunity for Nelson. And here's the other bit why I think it's quite important. The demographics of New Zealand means that over the next 10 years, the number of students coming out of high school to go on to tertiary education is quite flat and even going down. That means if you are looking at it from a government point of view and a treasury point of view of the issue of the tertiary sector, it is going to be challenging. That makes the opportunity for international students even more important to the financial viability of an institution like NMIT. I'd like to invite the Chief Executive to, as I say, who's got significant expertise and prior to coming to work for the council was right in the middle of that road reform. He might not like me saying this, but when I asked him the difficult question during the interview as to why was he leaving the sector, he indicated to me it was because he did not have confidence in the road reform. And
You're outing me, Nick.
well, I've just been very open that.
I can witness
And what the Chief Executive said at that time was going wrong with Rove proved to be absolutely true.
Many thanks, Nick. You may not recall, but when I was leading primary ITO, I went to the select committee as Rove was setting up, and was advocating for vocational training in the workplace. The person that was speaking before me, I'd never met before, was a person called Nick Smith, and he was advocating for NMIT. And I remember thinking, gosh, this fella knows what he's talking about, and is very passionate about Nelson and about NMIT, and gave an amazing, without notes, talk about the history of NMIT and why it should, why it should flourish during Rove. So I was very impressed with Nick at that time. I'd never met him before, but
It's all been backwards since.
it has all gone backwards since. No, not at all. But look, I agree with the issue. So tertiary education is going to be a challenge worldwide. There's no question. For people my age, it was the thing to do to go to university. Didn't really matter what you studied, but you had to go to university, whether it was geography, whatever subject. These days, young people are realizing that actually going to get a degree, spending 3 or 4 years getting a degree and getting a huge student debt is not necessarily the way to go. So there is a worldwide trend of not necessarily going to university, and it's more about vocational training to get into work. It's just-in-time education. It's micro credentials. It's much less about a 4-year or 3-year degree. It's about thinking about what skills do I need to get into a great space. So actually, that makes it a really exciting opportunity for a polytechnic, NMIT, to flourish in the new environment. Now, one of the reasons it hasn't flourished over the last 4 or 5 years is because of Rove, I'll be honest. And there was a proposal that at one point, when Te Pūkenga stood up, to get rid of all the brands. And I was an advocate that you couldn't possibly get rid of the primary ITO brand because that was understood. And they were going to get rid of all the polytechnic brands, and we were going to have this thing called Te Pūkenga. And in fact, we spent some money at putting Te Pūkenga in the UK to say, come and do this Te Pūkenga thing, and nobody knew what it was, because people understand what NMIT is, or primary ITO, or all the old. Why would you throw out all the old brands? And the marketing went away from the individual organisations, the 16 polytechnics and the 11 ITOs, to the centralised thing that didn't really understand what it was selling. And so that was a mistake. Now, fortunately, we managed to get at a last-minute reprieve to keep the brands together. So we kept Te Pūkenga and NMIT, and all the other brands were kept, which I'm very pleased about. But I do believe we've got an amazing opportunity. So when primary ITO, we had 17, it was a national organisation, and we had 17 offices around the country, and I worked with all the polytechnics. And one of the issues with the polytechnics is that they are not always well linked to industry, and that they've got a lot of academics that have been there for quite a long time and put courses together that are not necessarily relevant to industry, and that industry required training. One thing I can say about NMIT is that we worked really closely with NMIT in primary ITO, was that it was very well connected to industry. It was relevant, and it had that, as Nick said, we didn't need the PTEs here. And so I had on my primary ITO board some members of other polytechnics that were saying that this connection to industry for polytechnics wasn't great. In Nelson, it's quite different. And we have amazing opportunity, and I do believe that it can be a standalone polytechnic, because we've got the likes of Cawthron, we've got George Brown, we've got our local universities that we can work with. More importantly, we've got young and upcoming companies like Snapcore, we've got Aquawash, Shuttlerock, MacLab, all of these institutions can come together to work in an ecosystem to make it attractive for people to come here, to get just-in-time education, to get into work, or to do degrees if they want to, or indeed do PhDs, and we can work with companies to get those. People can do a PhD and work with MacLab or Shuttlerock or whatever. So, and I will commend Mayor Nick on the ability within 2 days to get the 8 iwi, the 3 councils, the RDAs together, and write a letter to the government of support, and that is going to give the government real confidence to be able to allow us to move forward as a single entity. Now, there is a problem with the polytechnics. There's very few polytechnics are able to stand alone as financially viable. So that will be an issue for the government, and they won't want to throw millions of dollars into unviable organisations. But I do believe NMIT will be viable, and that we should get behind that opportunity and take that forward.
Thank you. That sort of led into my second question about the vulnerability that the NMIT has for against future governments and changes to be standalone, and financially what that means. But my question about the international students, and I come back to it is a polytechnic, and you touched on it yourself. It's not highly recognised or understood internationally, and a lot of our international students, when they look at which universities they're going to for their qualifications, they look at their world ranking to ensure that the jobs that they look at internationally stack up against other well-recognised and highly ranked universities, so their qualifications and their contracts or their jobs that they get or an offer are worthwhile financially and viable for them to either move country or come back. And what I've noticed, and I'm just sort of wondering in your spiel, and I'm not bagging NMIT because one of my diplomas is from NMIT working in conjunction with Auckland University, so I'm not bagging them at all. I really enjoyed my experience, but the reality is every university or PET has struggled financially, and a lot of their income comes from the international students. But what are we doing to market a polytechnic against a university, against the world rankings, when a lot of those international students have already stated that their families, since COVID, have reevaluated their own situations and have felt that the universities in their home country are more viable options so they don't get stuck if another COVID situation evolves and they are left with no money and no government support or anything like that, unlike our domestic students who actually have the student loan and the StudyLink system. So
A good question, Councillor Brand, and let me give you the consideration because I've actually thought about this a great deal. When the new government came to office and indicated they were going to unravel the mega polytechnic, I seriously considered and kicked the tyres on whether there was an opportunity to push for a university for Nelson. And I would have met with at least a dozen business leaders, many people who have got a long association with NMIT, to see whether that was a serious proposition, partly influenced by the quite pertinent comment that you made about those international students in the branding. The reason I landed against the option of pursuing a university for Nelson was firstly a view quite strongly across industry that there had been, for the last couple of decades, too much emphasis on degree-based, more academic education, and the real challenge for New Zealand was to build its more technical skills. And that was quite consistent across industry. The second view was that with us having the Cawthron Institute, actually the opportunity for us to partner with a technical institute was a better place to be. And then the third consideration was whenever you're making advocacy of government, you've got to make a bit of a judgment about how high you shoot. Shoot too high and you'll get nothing. And in the current fiscal environment facing the government, my view was that it was going to be too big a stretch. I don't rule it out long term in the future. You can never predict it. But in my view, a change and a bid for a university would send a signal that we wanted to go down a more academic path at a time when fundamentally the skills needs were more in the technical area, thus me coming to that conclusion. Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you through the Mayor. I was wondering, given the the NMIT library is busy as I've seen it for a very long time. I work out of there a lot, so it's numbers are getting up there. It's awesome. So I'm supportive of the letter. Given 3 councils and 8 iwi, are there opportunities? Should we be advocating more vigorously, or is there any way we can? I'm just wondering whether we need to fight for this organisation. I'd hate for it not to go our way and people think we didn't try hard enough.
Yes. So the letter that has been copied to you was not just sent to the Minister of Tertiary Education, but every single minister. I've taken the opportunity in the last month to emphasise the point to the Prime Minister and to at least 6 other ministers who I've been able to meet face to face and to advocate for this position. I think in reading the dialogue around this issue, Councillor Anderson, it is possible that the consultation document will support a separate NMIT. It might also choose to put a number of institutions in a temporary halfway house where they might further down the track give them the option to become independent institutions. That option to me would be second best, in that the message I'm getting from the institution is that they have lost a significant amount of staff, morale is not high, and a further period of uncertainty might not, would not be helpful. So I'm happy to take advice around colleagues around how we can further advocate. I think at this point, it's a matter of enabling the government to get their consultation document out, for us to have a good look at that, and I'll certainly, the moment it comes into my inbox, be circulating it to all councillors. And if there was the wish as part of putting the submission together, as per the recommendation, should be open to pulling other levers to try and get an outcome on what I think is a pretty significant issue for our city. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. In terms of 3.2 there, where we talk about the fact that the land was gifted by the Nelson City Council a number of years ago, and I can only assume now that it's the land is noted on the asset book of the mega organisation. Is there any way possible, if there are options of merging with a Canterbury or the like, that we can be advocating to keep that land in a trust that's based out of Nelson? That the thing that concerns me is we have, as Nelson ratepayers, gifted the land to for educational purposes, and I wouldn't like to see it on the books of something that's not from the Nelson region.
The difficulty is that ship passed about 50 years ago, in that the title is in the name of Te Putinga, or the Crown Agency. And so the difficulty when you give a gift is you can't really take it back. I do think, Councillor Rollo, you're right, that we should maximise the leverage as an organisation for that early investment that we made in the institution. I think we would be in a strong position to cause an awful row in the event that whoever run that institution at some time proposed to sell that land. Now that's never been put on the table, even under the Te Putinga loan. There is a further issue associated with it, and that was when NMIT went into the mega merger, they had substantive financial reserves. One of the issues in the event that we are successful in having NMIT re-established as an independent institution is whether we're going to be able to re-establish those financial reserves that would help NMIT in the transition and grow. And that's a further discussion to have, albeit my view is that the primary objective of our advocacy is to achieve the independent institution. The icing on the cake would be to get those reserves reapplied to Nelson. Any other questions on my Mayor's report? Rose.
Hey, I know you talk a lot about getting more international students into NMIT. How do you think that would affect the ability of current students in Nelson to have opportunities at NMIT?
A good question, because the primary focus of NMIT must be to provide tertiary education opportunities for our own people. And so whether it be, and I'm hugely proud of, whether it's NMIT's commerce programs, their nursing program, their aquaculture programs, there's a whole lot of their programs that are quite superb. And Councillor Trudy Brand noted my wife has done a course there, and that's their primary objective. I see the international students as being complementary to it. As a consequence of having international students, I think you've got the benefit of being able to run a wider program for local students, because many programs you need a minimum of, say, 20 students. And if you've got those 8 internationals, it then makes it viable to run that program for the 12 Nelsonians. But I also think we shouldn't underestimate the degree to which those international students add a vibrancy to Nelson on top of that. So the point of which you are fair to advocate, the primary objective of NMIT or whatever structure it ends up in is providing tertiary education opportunities for our people in Nelson. And the international students is a secondary but important objective. Any other questions? I will then.
Another question.
I will then move the resolution and take the seconder from Councillor Skinner, and the questions that have evolved around my report. Don't wish to add anything further in moving the resolution. Did the seconder wish to make any comment?
And quickly, totally support what we've got on the table here. And I think, as you quite rightly pointed out, Nick, Polytech here, the brand here is Nelson, and it is one of the many or number of organisations that showcase Nelson internationally and nationally incredibly well. And that's been very much noticed effect of loss of that and its independence. It's anything, I'm very supportive, anything that retains a knowledge base here. We've got some great industries who partner and rely on the likes of NMIT for their employees. It's apprenticeships in the sense that it provides. But like my support of sport and the arts, anything that gives youngsters a pathway to retain in Nelson as they further educate themselves is a bonus, and it brings back people this way. I know even my small job as a photographer, the amount of weddings I photographed were couples who've been to the Polytech here from overseas, and they came back here to get their wedding photos done. And another little prod, it's never too late to study. I've just been accepted yesterday for my second round of the part-time course in apiculture. So the primary industries, it plays a huge part for Nelson, as you pointed on top of itself. So yeah, go NMIT.
Any other colleagues? I'll take the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Courtney.
Yeah, look, this is a really relatively simple, clear-cut issue. I'm hopeful that the government's proposal will include NMIT as a standalone organisation, but fundamentally, what's in front of us is I think the shared belief that NMIT will stand best on its own, being able to tap in to our region's offering. I think we need to be careful not to be too parochial. NMIT is not a subset of Nelson City Council. It is not ours, but what we need to be is passionate partners and passionate advocates for its success for the whole region, not just Nelson, but Tasman and Marlborough as well. And I hope that in our continuing advocacy in this space, we can make sure to keep that regional approach strong, because that's always been the success of NMIT, and that will be the success of our advocacy, is recognising its crucial role across the region, not just for Nelson, but as Nelson and Marlborough and our chuck in Tasman as a treat.
Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I just want to indicate that I strongly support a submission going through to government, because I just cannot understate the importance of NMIT 119 years servicing the people of Nelson. It's vital. It's incredibly important, because it's just more than an NMIT and a training polytechnic. It's education. And education has the power to almost anything, from increased production on the one hand to a more satisfying way of life on the other. So we can't take this lightly. We cannot take it lightly, and we've got to put all our efforts and energies into putting the case to central government. I really feel so strongly about it. It's one of the pillars of this community, along with our Suter Art Gallery, our regional museum, Hawthorne Institute, our live theatre, the Theatre Royal, Nelson Centre for Musical Arts. It's part of the foundations of this community. And so and I think we all appreciate this. I'm just repeating what everyone around this table thinks and believes. It's the foundation of this Nelson community, no question about it. And so I wish you all the very best, Nick, and we shouldn't leave any stone unturned to secure some progress in this area. And the progress is retaining it as an educational institute.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Any other comments from colleagues? Can I just round up in thanking colleagues for their thoughtful comments? I do reinforce and agree with the Deputy Mayor's comments about having that very strong sort of regional flavour. And the last comment I would make is that when this council sat down as part of the LTP process, one of our ambitions was for Nelson City to be the heart of the top of the south, a really strong element of it. And in my view, having a independent major tertiary education provider is actually part of that heart that each of us unanimously signed up to. And that's why I see it as quite consistent with the vision that we collectively have for our city. I'll put the resolution that the Mayor's report is received and the authorisation of the preparation of the submission. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. The item is carried. We're just a couple of minutes away from 10 o'clock. We're going to have a 5-minute stretch break before we move on to the next significant item. with the regional on-scene commanders, we've just got a little bit of difficulty around coordinating the staff being present for that item of public business. And so what I'm going to do is post lunch break at 2 p.m. we will be in open session for dealing with item 9. If we complete the rest of the agenda, it may be possible to revert into confidential business in line. So I just want to have that item tagged specifically to 2 o'clock. Just in opening this item, can I indicate to colleagues the process that I'd like to adopt around this very significant item on the indicative business case? I'd like to ask our officials to present. I'd like to have a very free-flowing session of questions with officials. And then prior to going into the formal resolution of resolutions before us, I would like council to give me the space to just have an informal discussion amongst colleagues around potential amendments to see whether we could get a consensus. I have proposed a specific amendment. A number of colleagues have said, well, I don't completely like your amendment, but if it was worded a bit differently, and I think we have worked quite effectively as a team in having a bit of that informal discussion. If we were able to reach consensus, that would be my preferred position. And then we would just have a simple resolution that might be different to that's before us. Or as a consequence of that informal discussion, we may have to manage independent amendments. Is there any objection to me managing the process in that way? That being the case, I'll ask our officers to present the report.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll introduce the report briefly. So this report is to formally receive the indicative business case that was done late in 2023 and presented to the City Revitalisation Summit in March, as well as an additional option which has been considered in the meantime on top of that. So, and really the purpose of this report is to decide on next steps and options to take forward from the indicative business case and the other option. So we've had a couple of questions which we wanted to introduce. Firstly, the table that's within the report on 6.5, which presents the 3 options. You'll note that one of those options is a lease option, and of course from a capital perspective it looks significantly favourable to the other options. So what we've done is do some work and updated that table, and that's been put in front of you now. So really what it is showing is that although a lease has a lower capital upfront, your ongoing operating costs are actually higher. So we've calculated through some net present values on those numbers. The other question that we've had over the last week was really around, so what are the, the taking forward so the officer's recommendation is that we keep all these 3 options live at this point. And there's been a question around how much will it cost us to kind of keep those lives to the next sort of phase. And it's really hard to know exactly in terms of, but we're sort of estimating it's around $250,000 to $350,000, dollars this financial year to keep these things alive. And we've got the capital budgets to do that. So.
Did you wish to add any comments in your in the presentation of the report? Officers are open to questions.
Oh, sorry. Through the chair, I'd also comment that we've got consultants online from Becca and 22.
Welcome, John and Dean. Just note that we have had a few IT challenges. I think there's been nationwide issues with Microsoft and the like. And if anything goes wrong with that, then just communicate by other means to get this back online. So both Dean and John are also available for any questions on the reports the council has before them. Nikki, can I trigger the questions on the three options in the papers that's been provided for us, just to tease out a bit more information on the lease option. I'm very supportive of work being done on all three of the options and the core recommendations of getting this additional work done. But I just wanted to tease out the information on the leasing option. While capital cost wise, it puts far less pressure on the ratepayer, of course we have larger operating costs. Would you be able to just take us through that information so that both councillors and that, it's not questioning whether that option be in there, it's just so we fully understand the choices that are being explored with the further work, please, Nikki.
So yes, thank you, Mayor Nick. So it's probably best to have a look at the back page of the tabled item. So basically, when you look at your ongoing sort of operating costs and your net present value, effectively, the difference is at the end of a 20-year period, it kind of equals out, because even though you've still got a building at the end of it, if you've got the capital costs. So if you look at your aggregate financial value, the lease option is slightly more expensive than your purchase option, but there's a whole lot of variables in there. But really, it's because you're paying someone else to run the building for you, to build the building, and you're paying them quite a high rental during the year. Whereas if you build it yourself, you're paying interest and depreciation.
Can I just tease that out a little bit more? And can I tell you how I'm doing the high level maths and whether you agree broadly with me? If we go for the lease option, that means that our capital cost is of the order of about $60 million less. But we have a lease costs that the report indicates would be about $4.5 million per year, $4.4 million per year. Now, when I look at what the council is able to acquire finance from through the local funding authority, we typically pay sort of 5, maybe 5.5%. But if we take the $4.4 million cost over 60 million, the landlord would be expecting a rate of return of closer to 7%. In other words, because the council is able to acquire capital at a lesser cost than a private developer, there is of the order of a difference of about $1 to $1.5 million in going with the lease option. That doesn't necessarily mean you shouldn't do it, because sometimes the advantage of leasing a building is that if you want to get out of it and do something different, at the end of the 20 years you can. But do you broadly agree with my sort of analysis of what the lease option means? And I'm very happy to take comments from the Chief Executive. I'm not wanting to take it off the table. I'm just wanting to be quite transparent with our community that if we lease, that means $60 million less debt and less capital expenditure, but it means about $4 million a year additional operating costs each year. Chief Executive.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that, Nick. Look, on the face of it, the lease option is not my preferred option, but it's something we absolutely must look at. And look, the lease option can be a hybrid option. It can be partial lease. You know, we can go into a JV with a developer, with another organisation. In fact, I've had conversations with another organisation around a potential JV where we put in quite a bit of capital and they put in quite a bit of capital, so we're leasing a bit of it, or leasing a little bit of it. So there's various hybrid opportunities through that lease option. So it's definitely worth keeping it on the table. Gives us flexible. It de-risks the amount of capital we have to loan. So we must look at that option. But on the face of it, I don't think it's the best way forward. I think it's probably worth me. Is it just worth?
Yeah, I think
just,
it'll be very worthwhile.
look,
The
I
chief
think-
executive giving an overview of this significant project.
Because this is, this is a significant, probably one of the most significant issues facing this council. And in a way, I wish we were not facing this issue, if I'm honest. We've got lots of good things going on, but we are facing it, and we can't ignore it. And this council has blessed me with a brilliant position on Three Waters. We've invested for the last 20 years, and we've got a really good story to tell. And every time I talk to my chief executives, they're quite envious of the position we're in the Three Waters space. We've invested well. We've got a good program going forward. So the councils have focused well on underground investment. I'll be honest, what they haven't done is focus so well on above ground investment. And we bought this civic house in the 80s, and I'm afraid consecutive councils have put off investing in this building, and the systems are coming to end of life, and we can't ignore that. The roof is earthquake prone and needs to be fixed. The library, you took a good decision to extend that library, and you've given an extension of life for up to 10 years. But the reality of it is we have got to expend a significant amount of money on either this building, the library, or a new building. So look, we might as well embrace that, and we've got a great opportunity to have a new potential community, whether it's here on this site or on another site. So I think that's the issue that I really want the public to be aware of. Is there is no do nothing option. We can't just say we're not going to do anything, we're not spend the money. We've got to spend money one way or another. And I really want you as elected members to address that and come up with a plan. Now, look, we are facing a huge cost of living crisis at the moment, and now would not be the time to spend millions and millions of dollars right now. But actually, these things take time, and actually we've got a plan for them. And actually, we're not talking about spending this significant money until around about year 5 of the LTP, and we can't bring that forward because we've got to find the site, we've got to come up with the plan, and it's going to take that level of time. And hopefully by that time, the economy and interest rates are going to be coming down, and we can actively. But what we don't want to do is sit for another 5 years and do nothing. We've got to plan for that, and we've got to plan now. And we've got money in the LTP to do that, so there's going to be no cost to the ratepayer to do that. That's already factored in. But we have got a significant issue around the cost, and at some point we're going to have to bring we've got $65 million in the LTP already factored in, but we may have to bring in a little bit more money. But before we do that, that's a significant decision to take, and we must consult the public on that. We will be required to do that. It would be wrong of us to make a decision without that. So we've, in this paper that's come before you today, we're sort of assuming we'd probably have that conversation around about sort of June 2026. For me, the most important thing is the collegiality of this council. And I've been proud to say to my colleagues around the country, we've got a really collegial, I think probably the most collegial council in the country. And it's important we collectively are on the same page, because it's going to have to show some leadership around where we take this significant decision for Nelson. And therefore, some people have told me, "Can we lock this decision in now? Let's get it locked in." But actually, the truth is, we've got a number of elections. This is a long-term project. We've got a number of elections. We've got elections coming up. A new council could come in and just undermine, and that's what we've had 20 years of that. New councils coming in. So my plea to you all is get on the same page, agree where we're going to take this forward, accept that over an election cycle, hopefully you all get re-elected and come back in and keep this process going. But we're going to plan for it now. We've got a good way forward. The staff have done an amazing job working with 22 and Becca to come up with some options. We're going to keep those 3 options live, whether it's refurbishment of this building, the lease option, or a purchase. We'll go out for expressions of interest and understand what the options could be, and indeed go back for expressions of interest around this building. So I think there's a really good opportunity to turn this building into apartments, because we do want accommodation in the city. So that is one good option. If somebody wants to come and buy this, we will potentially be going out for expressions of interest on that in September, if subject to, of course, you all agreeing this today. So look, a massive decision for you all, really complex. I get that. And you're going to have to, you as leaders of this community are going to have to take that forward, and it won't be easy, but I know there's a lot of support out there for making a good decision.
I thank the Chief Executive for both giving that overview, but also for the work on this project. I'd now like to open up for questions for officials and start with the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. Yeah, just to start with, digging into the identified investment objectives, and this is maybe one for Dean in 22, is just, I think the standout thing that was missing for me there is in investment objective 2, we have supports the social and economic well-being of the community. Cultural well-being seems to be the obvious exclusion there, and I'm just wondering whether that was an accidental omission or something that you'd considered in this analysis.
Happy to have either officers. Those terms are also used in the 22 report. Happy to take comment, but also note it is my view that finally setting the objectives for the project is the core role of governance. And if there was a wish round the table to include culture in there, then this is actually a really important discussion for us to have at this point of the process. So happy for officers or for Dean to comment on cultural wellbeing with respect to both the report and the draft recommendation.
I think I'm happy just to sort of make an opening comment to say that those objectives were developed in consultation with discussions with council. I think there was no deliberate intention to exclude cultural wellbeing, and I think that is a consideration that could be included. It would obviously need to be we'd need to think through how we would frame that. But welcome any suggestions as to how that could be included.
Any other comments from officers on the report? Can I just flag, after we've done questions, I'd then like to have an informal discussion about potential amendments. I think the issue that's been raised by the Deputy Mayor is one of those that we'll discuss during that informal stage as to whether there's an option.
Yeah, but as already signalled to the Chair, I'll be raising that the inclusion of cultural wellbeing and
good
number 3E.
Good flag it, and I'm quite sympathetic to it. Other questions?
Just further to the investment objectives, we have in the recommendation a prioritisation of those objectives, but no real commentary as to how that prioritisation was reached. And so interested in terms of whether there's been an analysis and prioritisation to put them in that order, or whether they've just been put in that order.
I don't think there was any intention to. I think the order is somewhat random, if I can perhaps use that word. I don't think there's any deliberate intention to have it in that order. I'm just trying to refamiliarise myself with the narrative, but
I think to clarify, Dean, in your report, there is no prioritisation.
Yes. So through the report, the indicative business case, there was no priority order placed on the table that has been pulled through to the report. There has been an attempt by officers to place some priority on it as guidance for councillors, but we would expect that you would make that decision.
And I guess my request is just, could we have some commentary to the nature of that prioritisation? Officers have put thought into this. Why this order?
I personally felt very comfortable because, in my view, the number one thing that we're trying to achieve here is to have that good quality facility. But ultimately, it is a choice for the governors as to, do you want to prioritise? And if so, what would be your prioritisation of order? Happy for any further comment from officers.
Through the Chair, I guess you could consider it on a cost effectiveness basis, that the first two priorities would be that it's a good quality hub and that it's cost effective. And then the rest of the investment decisions would come from there.
Thanks. I guess, again, just to potentially flag for that future discussion, is I struggle to see why we'd build a library that didn't support social wellbeing, and that you get into a sort of slightly circular argument with the prioritisation here. But
we'll have a discussion there. I have a slightly different point of view, not because I don't support socio-economic wellbeing, And I actually support your view that culture should be in there, Mr. Deputy Mayor. What I worry about is that when I'm giving instructions to officials and to consultants, the more specific and focused you can be, the better job you get. And my main concern with the sort of, I'm doing this because it supports the economic, cultural and social well-being is it tends to be quite vague and less directive, where you can almost justify anything under them. But I think that's a discussion for
I
us
think we
to
can have that in debate.
Yeah, we'll have a good debate on those. I'm going to take Councillor Rainey, who I compliment on the work he's done with the task force, and then Councillor Skinner.
Sorry, I think you missed.
Oh, no, look, I apologise. I had already flagged.
Councillor Sanson.
I had already flagged after the Deputy Mayor. The chair is slipping. I'm going to go Councillor Sanson, Councillor Rainey, Councillor Skinner, Councillor Hodgson, in that order. Councillor Sanson, my apologies.
No problem. Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I've just got two brief questions. One is around, I guess, the repurposing of Civic House, and the business case lays out the possible value that we may achieve through selling it, divesting it. But I'm just wondering, is there any quantification, or will there be some kind of quantification around the potential benefit of this building being converted into accommodation, and the potential, that through the possibility of civic investment in another location, we may actually be reinvigorating two areas in the city, that there's obviously, going to be more economic activity if this is being repurposed by, a private entity. I'm just curious about how that, the potential benefit of that may be considered in our decision making through this timeline. If the staff,
who would like to address that question? Nikki, you're in the hot seat.
I think so. Through the chair, I think what the chief executive said before around the EOI being reasonably broad and both looking for new opportunities, but opportunities for this site, will help council's decision making. If you've got a really good opportunity for this site and it was going to deliver a whole lot of affordable housing, it's more about that it would influence your decision making going forward. I don't think we would at this point in time have actually attached a value to that from a dollar perspective in terms of this business case. But obviously it's a clear, the indications from councillors is that we want to be able to explore all options at this stage.
Thanks. And so there will be some really clear mechanism by which the possibilities for repurposing of this building will be brought into the decision making for elected members.
Through the chair, that's the intention, is that we'll get as much information as possible to allow you to make, wider city revitalisation housing decisions.
And we don't, it's not covered at all in the recommendations. Do you think it needs to be, or it's enough that it's been discussed and noted? And I know it's also been discussed at the task force. So
I don't think, I intend to go out for expression of interest in subject to the discussion today. If it's agreed, I intend to include that in the and then
the only other thing is on page 41, looking at the table 11.1, the next step. So basically the time frame. Reading that, it looks like today we make a decision at council, and then there will be no more decisions coming back to council this term. Is that correct? And is there, is there not any possibility to bring that time frame forward so that we can keep making decisions this term? It seems.
Yeah, look, there's always possibility. We've laid out what we believe is a reasonable timeline to get us to the objective. As we get new information, that we will amend a plan is always the basis for change. And some of those three options may fall out along the way, and so we may specify a single option quicker than we potentially think. But I don't think we can bring a business case to you until July next year at the very earliest. And then, of course, that's getting quite close to an election. And is it appropriate to make decisions then? So we've plumped at this moment for January 2026 as the appropriate time. But as things change and as the plan progresses, you know, it's up to you as elected members. We are bringing it. We've got a task force now, which is looking at this, and that task force may say we want to bring something to the council earlier. And that's within the gift, you know, but it will always come to council for decisions. No decisions will be made in task force. So look, it's a plan, and I think it's a sensible plan, but all plan is a basis for change.
Okay.
Can I just add to that, Councillor Sanson, that this is such an important big project that if there was a view amongst councillors to ask officers to bring a report back at any stage, then I'd be pretty open to that, to keep elected members well informed of the work. And so we can have an informal chat with the Chief Executive as this work has progressed through the task force as to what an appropriate time to report back to council. I think it is such an important project that I would expect a report to be coming back to the elected members probably at least every 6 months to keep us updated on progress.
And I think just also that, you know, if there is broad support for progressing around the council table and, you know, out in the wider community, I just would like us to be able to consider that if we're able to keep the time frame moving, that we do, rather than kind of, you know, because I have probably, yeah, I can wait for debate. So yeah, it's all
Thank
good.
you.
Thanks.
Councillor Rainey.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I mean, Councillor Sanson kind of stole my question, but I just want to ask one more time so that we're really clear that with option 1 and option 2, i.e., there will be a building on another site. It is fair for us as a group of councillors to assume that they hold the benefit, both of those options hold the benefit that would mean that the current Civic House would be redeveloped. Well, one presumes, as opposed to sitting idle. There's no option that we're considering that would just say that if we were to develop off-site, that we would just hold on to Civic House and do nothing with it. That's not going to happen. So I think under C and E of the under 3C and 3E, it would be fair. Would it be fair? Would it be fair to assume that there is some benefit to the city, either for stimulation for central city regeneration or supporting social and economic well-being, inherent in option 1 and 2, that option 3 doesn't present to us because simply we're doing up that building as opposed to having 2 projects happening in the city. I'm not asking for quantum or dollar figures. It's just that nowhere in our considerations has that actually been a factor that has been spelt out or set into a set suite of recommendation.
As I said to Councillor Sanson earlier, I think as we go out, we're coalescing now around a plan, and we're going to go out to get some more information. And the expressions of interest in September are going to be really important. And, you know, the rubber starts to meet the road. I've already had discussions with people that do want to buy this building, but nobody's put their money where their mouth is. You know, we don't know what the value is until we test the market. You know, if we get an offer from a developer that wants to, you know, give us a significant amount of money for this building, and they want to put it into, you know, that, then we probably would come back to you all and say, hey, we've got an offer now. We can revitalise the city with apartments, and let's start looking for a site, because that might make sense, because we've got a significant offer on this, but we don't know. And 22 have put in an estimate into the thing, but there's no market testing of that.
So, no, and of course, the subsequent question is, we're presuming with option 1 and 2, inherent in those options is that we're assuming that we're going to be able to sell.
I'm reasonably confident that we will be able to sell it. I've got a party that's already expressed a serious interest in doing that, and there are advanced plans to actually think about apartments in this building. So, like, I'm confident that we'll be able to, but again, until the rubber meets the road and you actually look people in the eye and say, are you actually going to buy it, and give us an offer for it, we don't know, Pete. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you.
So we need the new information.
Thank you.
I do want to keep to the order, and that was to Councillor Skinner, to Hodgson, and now Councillor Brand. The floor is Councillor Skinner's.
Thank you. So I see this is whatever we're doing, you're talking about joining up the library, Civic House, and a community hub. Or community hub is sort of a term for both. Have we, or can we not look at this as an option of just doing a Civic House? Keep a library completely separate. Understand desire for the synergies of combining, and maybe you think there's some savings there, but why not go back to just looking at what needs to be done to City House. And the library is a completely separate issue.
That's why we commissioned a report with 22 to give us advice, and they looked at 8 different options, and they've given us quite clear advice that it would not be economically viable to have separate options. So to build a separate library, to build a separate, and to reinstate this building is a significant cost. And actually, there are economies of scale by putting the 3 things together, and that's the strong advice of Becca and 22.
Clear of option is just take care of Civic House. Library has been taken care of in the meantime. Part of our considerations of just separating it, keeping completely separate. Civic House has its needs. Library has its needs. Some would say you can make do with what you got. Some would say, hey, we've got to do something. Why not just look at the Civic House, the library, decision being made. We'll kick back down the road.
So that's again, I say again that we've gone out to report the advice to me, and my strong advice from my staff and 22 and Becca is that we shouldn't do that. Of course, it's up to you as elected members to decide what you want to do, but it would be not, in my view, as chief executive, economically viable to refurbish this house to this building just to do this building, and it's a significant multi-million-dollar project to do this building, and I don't think the people of Nelson would thank you for just doing up the chief executive's office.
Well, I'd look at the other way that people of Nelson would say we don't want to spend money on the library as much as it's an important asset, etc. Our pockets are empty, more than empty. People constantly coming to the coffee cart saying, "Shivers, I didn't realise 8% plus $300 was going to be $1,000 added on borough rates." 8% plus $300 doesn't sound like $1,000, but it's what it literally is. Someone else will say $2,000.
Yeah,
increase. That's this year. Next year's another 5%. That's another 5%. People are going to be saying, I'm not trying to move into debate, but I'm trying to work out why have we not in this report? You might be. It talks about being over capitalisation by refurbishing this property, but people often do that. The houses over-capitalise it because that's use for their own use, not for its resale value.
I hear you, Councillor Skinner, but as chief executive, it's my job to be prudent with the ratepayers' money, and I've got independent expert advice that said that would not be the sensible or viable option. Now, of course, it's always within your right as elected members to decide to go down any route, but we have to be really clear that the services within this building are all at end of life, and within the next 10 years, it's quite possible, if we did nothing about it, that we would have to evacuate the building because of one reason or another. We're already starting to get leaks. We've got asbestos problem on the front. We've got electricity, plumbing. Those sorts of things could, in the next 10 years, cause us to have to evacuate the building and stop delivering services to people in Nelson. So I think it's prudent to think about what we need to do. I agree entirely. And as I said at the beginning of my statement, I wish we didn't have to do this, but I wish we didn't have to invest in water underground, but we've been doing it for the last 20 years and we've done it really well. I think we should have been better at investing in this building to keep it alive for longer than the building itself will stand for another 200 years. It's very solid and it could be refurbished and I think the option of a community hub on this site is one we absolutely must consider. We are going to consider it.
Can I respectfully, and I take on board any officers' input on that? I know at the end of the day you're the man.
I am the senior.
You are the senior.
and if they
I also value these officers respectfully because they're great when I push the envelope. And at times I've squeezed out a little bit more information that way. So
I'm more than happy for Rebecca.
And I know there's a balance.
Happy to answer those questions.
There is a balance. There is a balance happening here, and
the only bit, Councillor Skinner, is that I'm quite protective of council officials in that, of course, there are very valid views and different views around the council table, but I would prefer the questions of officers were quite focused on getting information to help us make those judgments, rather than drawing councillor officers into the debate about the different judgments that rest at a political level.
All due respect, often, and it's a tough job you've got, and you do it well, is you'll get not conflicting but different bits of advice. But like a chess game, you've got to balance those out and go one way or the other. And sometimes it's helped me greatly, especially in engineering perspectives. When Alec Levertis has a different job, and he's given one set of advice. The the CEO's had to
You
balance up.
proceed, you proceed with the question.
I've got the question being, put aside these financial synergies and what's put in front of us, but if the urgent issue is the Civic House, any reason why we can't go down that road? Apart from, I hear you saying it costs overall, but let's just focus on that chess piece, that urgent piece, because that's all we can afford, just the Civic House.
So
what would your response be to that?
Through the chair, the advice from our consultants is that it will cost $45 million to upgrade Civic House.
See that?
If we needed to move staff out, the services out, that would add another $10 million.
See that?
So we'd be looking at $55 million to refurbish Civic House. There is the do minimum option, which is about $5 million. That is just to strengthen the roof, to replace the roof the structure, and to fix the roof membrane. That would remove the earthquake prone building notice, but it would not improve anything else within Civic House. So we would have ongoing maintenance issues. We would have ongoing unbudgeted renewals.
Can I just ask a supplementary? Because I think it's really important in the conversation with the public that we present the challenge correctly.
And just on that,
I just want to,
very helpful.
Councillor Skinner, I just want to ask a sup on this.
I don't be lost in the train of this question.
Yes, just the Councillor Skinner used the language that it was urgent. My view and the advice that I've received is we've got a significant strategic medium to long-term issue. But actually, this is not what I would define as an urgent issue like we faced with the library. Do you accept the view that this is a significant medium to long-term issue that we must deal with, and that actually the word urgent is not really applicable to the challenge we have with the library and Civic House? And I'm happy for you to answer that, or the Chief Executive, but I think it's important in the commentary with our community.
I accept it's not urgent, but as I said at the beginning, this is a massive project which needs to be planned for. So actually, it's urgent that we start planning for that now. And we do not. I accept we cannot and should not be spending significant amounts of ratepayer money right now when we've just got out to, with the flood rate and all those things. But we should accept that, probably at year 5 and shortly thereafter, we are going to likely have to spend this significant amount of money. And it's right and proper that we
understand that. I think that the key thing I wanted to do was just around and I think the Chief Executive found it well, there's an urgent need to start planning, but that's different to saying that the project is urgent. And it was Councillor Skinner that used that term, and I just wanted to get it so that the council's clear on it. The floor is yours, Councillor Skinner, for further questions.
Thank you for your patience on that, because this is a big issue. So thank you for that answer. It's very helpful in regards to do minimum, 5 million ongoing costs, but the 5 million with the roof sorts out earthquake problems, sorts out our roof issues, maybe in the shorter term, or maybe it's in the longer term. But you're saying the costs, and I understand it, it could be ongoing like any building. But that is possible, and I like that terms of decant. Decanting. I haven't used that in why now. Decanting of the staff, so that's possible as well. That's a great word. Decanting of the seat, decant the staff out as you refurbished the building, and that's in part of that 5 million, or that'd be an extra 10 million to do that. Was that right?
Through the chair, if I can just clarify that. It is not Office's recommendation to spend the $5 million
I see that.
on the roof
but I'm
now
understanding
until a strategic decision is made.
Oh, okay. And a strategic decision in regards to what the bigger picture is.
And can I be clear that we have kicked this problem down the track for a long time, and therefore the minimalist option that Rebecca's talking about, fixing the roof, doesn't fix the problem of this building, and the fact that it is true that the services are end of life. And we must replace the ventilation and the plumbing and the electricity and all those significant things. So we had that library problem where we had to fix the roof and give it an extension of life.
Right.
We can give this building an extension of life, but it doesn't fix the problem of the fact we haven't invested in it since the 1980s. And every building, every 35 years or so, needs a major refurbishment. We're getting well past that.
I heard that line. All respect, I've heard that line for the last 13 years, not from yourself. and I'm still here, and we're still.
Yes, of course you're still here. Well. But what I'm telling you, literally, a service may fail, and we may have to move out really quickly, and we've got to address that problem.
Thank you. Thank you. It was very helpful.
Question from other colleagues? Is there a
Thank you.
further question,
No,
Councillor
that's
Skinner?
good. That was
Over
helpful to
to-
get an understanding of where we were going in regards to what that option that was being ruled out, but it's still an option in regards to strategically from our council. Thank you.
Can I just say to colleagues, I see this as one of the most important items on the agenda today, and I'm not going to constrain the time. I really want us to do it thoroughly. I'm going to come to Councillor Hodgson, then Councillor Brand, then I've got a further question, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Hodgson.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that set a bit of a scene for the question that I want to ask. And I think off the top of my head, Civic House is about 35 years old. Elmer Turner is about 60 or 65 years old, at least the very first building that was there. No one likes being told that we have to spend money no matter what path we go down. I saw the Becker report that broke down the costs for Civic House and what the actual makeup was of the problems that we're facing. And I think Councillor Skinner's question is probably one that the public are going to want to ask and they'll want more detail on. So just in relation to Elmer Turner, I imagine it was unpacked in previous task forces, possibly in the previous term of council. But do we plan to do any work on putting together a breakdown of what those essential costs would be if we were to maintain investing in Elmer Turner over the next 20 years? What would that take, and could we do some work on that?
So through the chair, within the, from the previous decision around strengthening the roof at the library, that decision was really around extending, giving it a 5 to 10 year life term. And within the current long-term plan that we've got maintenance budgets within that, but we haven't really considered that building would be fit for purpose past this LTP. So we haven't actually costed what it would cost. I would make the comment that it's costing more and more. Even though we strengthened the roof, there are still issues with the roof, and it's a really old building and it wasn't designed to be a library. So the costs will go up over time.
And through the chair, I'd like to add to that in that, absolutely, it would be possible to extend the life of that library further. We could do some more work and spend some more money to do that. But we've been kicking this problem around for a long time, and I've gone to independent advisors, 22 and Becker, around the problem. It's got to be factored into the problem of this building as well. So in other words, I'm being told as chief executive, we've got to do something about this building, and the advice is that it's better you get economies of scale by doing the things together. So we could extend the life of the library, but we've got to do something about this building. And I don't think spending $55 million on this building just on its own would be the right thing to do. If you made it into a community hub and did all those things and brought the library into it, then absolutely, and we're going to look into that. But I think because we have the problems with this building, which we need to address, it would be a waste of ratepayers' money to spend work designing further extension of life of the library.
Councillor Hodgson, further questions?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose my point is that my intuition tells me that is the case, and with Civic House, I felt similarly that having that very clear breakdown was so helpful, in that I now feel I could articulate why we actually have a problem that needs addressing and what the makeup of that is. And even if it was a small piece of work, I would find that really helpful a year down the line when we're discussing this with the public again, to have that detail.
Thanks, Councillor Hodgson. Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through me. I've got a few questions, so if you can just bear with me. So you mentioned before about the leasing option and being a joint hybrid. I'm really not a fan of leasing because it's harder to get operational funds than it is to get CapEx, and I really don't feel that that's a good use of ratepayer money. But I am interested in that hybrid model that you were talking about, so I'm fine about leaving it there. We talked about the internal transformation and review won't be complete yet for the staffing and what numbers were needed and how much of this building is still relevant or not relevant and things like that. So is year 5 of the long-term plan, does that, with the lens looking at operational of Civic House only, does that still give us to meet the requirements of a good employer under the health and safety with that lens over things if we don't do nothing yet until we get that business case, which wouldn't be for the time frame that's in here?
So through the chair, you know, we aren't occupying level 6. So we're not, you know, we've removed staff from that area to reduce the health and safety risk around that. We are doing minimal work on the building, and we're actually doing some upgrade work to some level 1 and level 3 and 4 to improve the working conditions within the building. You know, we've got people washing their cups in the toilets and things like that. So we're putting, you know, small kitchens, and so we're trying to be really conservative around what we're spending, but we are trying to address some of the, you know, the workplace issues and in the short term too.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor.
So with I've sort of got like multiple questions and I'm trying to figure out which order. I'm just going to ask them. They're going to jump all over the place, so just go with me. So when I've gone through this, last term when we looked at the library, it was part of the recommendation that we look at a 5-star, Green Star approach. I wasn't for that because we've got local suppliers and building operators and things like that don't have the formal sticker to say that they're a supplier of 5-star Green Star product. However, they do provide product that would meet that sustainability. So if we were to look at whatever we need to do, would we be looking at what our local providers and suppliers are, one, to help our own local economy and generate support within the organisation? Because that was very strong on my books for last term when we looked at the library that got shoved off this term.
So through the chair, that's something that council hasn't actually considered at this point in the process, and it's still, you know, these are really high level indicative numbers, and obviously are built on the, you know, the fact that they are high level and have high contingencies in them. You know, that would be a decision that we would, after the detailed business case, you know, you know, it would be part of your procurement process around what you were looking for.
Okay,
and yeah, we haven't certainly not made any decisions around 5-star green.
The reason why I raise it now, and I get that, is because if you put in there 5-star Green Star, straight away we have an overinflated cost, and therefore our budget here becomes irrelevant because it jumps up quite significantly just because somebody has a sticker to say that they meet those requirements of being a 5-star Green Star provider, when we don't necessarily need to go down that path to create the same level of sustainability. My other question is, last term, I keep going back to last term because I was quite passionate about our library because I saw it was at the end of its life and that we had sweated the assets quite enough, and we haven't invested in any of the infrastructure of our assets above the ground, as pointed out by RCE, and that is a huge issue for me. And we've done that consistently to respond to the public pushback about keeping our rates low, but I'm sure that they would invest in their car maintenance or their own home improvements or ensuring that they meet the needs and that we are the guardians of their community civic assets. And so I feel that they should have expected us to invest. So now we've got this bigger bill and different options. So last term, when we came to the dollar amount set for the library, we put in a figure in the budget and we said, that's it, that's fixed. So whatever came out above that figure, we would have to look at funding from other avenues, and that we would not go beyond the amount that we set in the budget because we fixed it. Would we be doing the same this term round based on the figures that we've got?
So I want to be clear, this is an indicative business case, and therefore please don't take any of the numbers in that really. So we need to get into a detailed business case, which will start doing the design, and then we can say, okay, we're actually designing this thing, and it's going to, so we 22 and Becca have been very conservative in the numbers and have built in a huge amount of contingency. So look, I'm hoping it's going to come under these numbers, but the reality of life is you've got inflation. This is, you know, a project 5 years down the line. So look, I don't want anybody to get fixated on any of these numbers, but it's an indicatively large number, which you all have to to face, and it's going to be in that order. But I don't get fixated on that. And the detailed business case will bring options, and no doubt one of those options will be that Green Star but it may be unaffordable. So you as elected members will get to make those decisions as a result of a detailed business case.
That's fine. I'm just raising it now because I want to ensure that the conversations that you have around that more sustainable business case that's coming, have these conversations take place and ensure that they are factored in, because they were quite important last year when we looked at the huge bill that was going to come for library redevelopment. So that then brings me on to my next set of questions, which come about, you mentioned the long-term plan budget in the report, and also you mentioned it yourself, the CE, that is not sufficient with year 5 and that going forward. So therefore we may need to look at what's prudent and what's investment, but we may need to come for another money, which you've just sort of touched on. Don't get stuck on those figures. But if the option is, and I say if, the option is that we sell this asset or the one across the road and move to a different location, would we ring fence the proceeds of that money from the sale of those assets to go to the development of a civic library community hub building, just as we ring fence the money that we took from selling our community housing to put into the community, to put into the housing investment fund? Would we be doing the same thing?
These are always decisions for governance, but my expectation is absolutely yes. As part of a deal to move us to potential a new site, if we were going to a new site, we would negotiate the sale of this site, the library site, and others, which would help fund the new thing. So that would be my expectation. But of course, my expectations may be changed by governance who could take a different view, but that would be my expectation.
Okay.
Thanks, Trudy.
Thank you.
I've got my first question follows on from Councillor Brand's question, and it is the reason we're not going out for public consultation now is because, as the Chief Executive has indicated, we've got indicative numbers but not robust numbers. My question is, as a consequence of this work and the work plan, is it correct that we will, out of that process, then have the numbers with a higher level of confidence that then gives us the opportunity to be able to have a consultation with the community with a much higher level of confidence about the costs?
So through the chair, I mean, Dean may want to add to this, but the reality, yeah, as you say, me and Nick, really to consult with the public, you want to have pretty accurate numbers. There's high contingencies within this, and we haven't really explored these options really fully. So the intent would be that once we have the detailed business case with more accurate costings in there, and when we've undertaken an EOI process to understand what our options are, that we would go to the public and have a run some consultation. I mean, all 3 of these options may not be live at that stage is the other thing as well. So we want to have to be able to consult with our public with the most accurate proposal that we have.
Thank you. My second question is, I'm more cautious about the potential for a developer to come along and redevelop Southwark House into apartments. I read quite a lot of the international commentary post-COVID, where people have, in all sorts of cities around the world, trying to convert buildings that have been built for commercial purposes over to residential, getting into a heap of economic trouble, with the costs being quite high. My question is to Dean, what level of work has been done to date on the viability of Civic House being converted into apartments? I'm not ruling it out. I'm just simply saying I want us to be quite open about the risks of, if we go with a new build option, I don't think any of us want Civic House sitting empty for 5-10 years as a big hole in our city. So what level of work, Dean, has been done on the viability of Civic House being developed into apartments and the like? And also interested in any commentary from officials as a consequence of the work plan you've got out how we'd be able to get better advice. Because my honest view is this: there are valid different opinions around the council table about how it is, how likely that might be or not. It does actually have quite a significant view on my view about which of these options is most attractive. How much information do we have now? How much information are we going to get out of the work plan that our officers are seeking approval for around trying to get a sense of how likelihood of being able to have a developer make those changes to Civic House? So, Dean, the first question is to you. Any work been done on that? Any commentary around likelihood and what information we're likely to get through the process that we're embarking on and recommended?
Thank you. I think firstly, we haven't been engaged to date to do any work around alternative uses for Civic House, and we've been conservative in the business case by only putting in a nominal disposal allowance for both Civic and for our Materna Library, and have said it needs to be subject to further work, valuation advice, and really a divestment strategy for those two assets, which would maximise their potential realisation. I think the Chief Executive might better comment further on discussions he's had with potential interested parties in the market. I think conversion to residential for any existing asset does often pose challenges. And so the only way to really test that is to engage with the market and get a better understanding as whether there's genuine interest. The current economic climate is probably difficult in terms of parties being willing to commit. So I think we do need to be open to the fact that we may get some loose interest, but we may have difficulty converting that into genuine binding agreements. But if the alternative use is not residential, then it probably then comes back to a refurbished office building of some sort. And Nelson does have a paucity of good quality office options available in the market. So it's around timing. It's around the appetite of developers to take the asset on and look at appropriate alternative uses. Thank you.
I can talk to that. So work with the last library. There was some detailed work done on this building with a party. I won't name that party, but around potentially purchasing this, and they did take that to detailed architectural design and in terms of apartments, and they believed that would work. And I understand that they are still interested in, indeed their board has said, they'll still be interested. But of course, as I said before, until you get into the detailed negotiations. So we are going to go out for expressions of interest. And a number of other developers have said, if you're ever going to dispose of this building, then let us know. I do understand there's a bit of a worldwide trend at the moment about hotel chains wanting to use older buildings, and that is a real possibility. But I think my preference would be apartments in the city. But look, we've got to be broadly open to anything. So I know there is a company at the moment, and Gareth's sitting at the back there, and I know you've had conversations with a group that is talking about utilising old buildings and putting them into hotels. So that is a possibility. I think there are many possibilities.
A short, sharp question for the CEO staff on the back of that. Under the work plan going forward and the work on expressions of interest for Civic House, will that expressions of interest process be open to all options, whether it be hotel, whether it be accommodation or alternative commercial use for Civic House? What is the intent around that EOA process?
Yes, is the simple answer. As we've done with the expressions of interest on the other three sites, we want to go out broadly. We want to understand. The idea of expressions of interest is really to understand what the possibilities are so that we can bring them to you and say, we've got an option for a hotel, we've got housing, what would you like? You could turn this into a car park if you wanted to, but so there's all sorts of things. Don't excite me. Is this a sub?
Yeah,
I've got
just
a couple of other
quick
questions.
up on that. So if we approve these recommendations today, is that enough direction to the CE to go out with the EOI on the building? It doesn't need to come back to council?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, great, thanks.
My last supplementary or question is just teasing out both from Dean at 22 and officials that it will not surprise you that I'm unnerved by the scale of the investment that is required because it is big. It will be the largest project this council has embarked on since the Maitai Dam was built. In the process that we are setting up for to go forward, can I be reassured that both Dean and council staff will be doing a value engineering type piece of work on all three options? That is, pushing as hard as we can to get either of the three options into as a cost effective. Now, there's always going to be trade-offs about, more space, more outcomes achieved, but more pricey. Is this piece of work that we're going to be authorising to embark on with the investment that's of about $200,000 to $300,000, is that going to have people doing some really sharp value engineering around these three options so that when it comes back, we've got some choices in respect of that cost quality trade-off?
Yeah, let me be really clear. As I said at the beginning, I'd rather not be doing this at all. I'd rather we got another 20 to 30 years on this building and the libraries. But I take very seriously the fact that we need to keep rates down as low as we can, and I don't want a large gold-plated project. And we need to do the value engineering. So the direction to the architects and the consultants we'll be using to take this forward will be, we need a value for money project which is affordable for Nelson and is not going to blow out the costs, and but it's going to have the right longevity, etc., etc. So absolutely, Nick, Mayor Nick, that direction will be given to the architects and consultants.
Thanks, Chief Executive. Over to Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just a question about so local government reform, and I know you can't read the future, but if in 10, 15 years Tasman and Nelson combine and they have a brand new civic building and so do we, I'm just wondering whether that's a consideration in design, and as far as being able, not having a white elephant or being able to repurpose some of that space we may not need in the future.
Yeah, I'll talk to that. Look, I've had extensive conversations with my opposite number, Leonie at Tasman, and we are alive to that consideration. There's no question for me that whatever happens with the amalgamation debate, we're always going to need civic investment in Nelson, civic investment in Richmond, and other places. And if we amalgamate staff, at the moment we've got an agreement that we have some staff from Tasman can work here and some staff from and vice versa. So we're being very conservative with the amount of space that we need for staff in the new build. I think that might be a little too conservative potentially, but I think there's very little chance of having excess space. But if we did, there's no question that we'd have the ability to work with another of government agencies and others to lease out that space. So I'm very confident that whatever we build will meet needs for this and are potentially amalgamated to councils if in due course, or work with other government agencies, or lease it to the commercial market. And that's one of the options that we would consider as a part of a JV. Potentially, if we did have the lease option, is we build it slightly bigger and have that ability to make a return on the investment. So those options will be live, but I'm not worried about having a white elephant. We'll always need the space for people here.
Any further questions, Councillor Anderson? Councillor Benge.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one thing I want to clear up, because of the gentleman sitting behind me, or the esteemed gentleman sitting behind me from the press, was that it was stated before that council are washing their cups in the toilet. I think they're probably washing them in the basin in the toilet. Okay.
You're so helpful, Councillor Benge.
I don't want to get away from the fact that this council spends tens and tens of millions of dollars a year. And there is, because of that, there's a real need to have a high-performing team under the CEO. And my understanding is this building doesn't lend itself towards that. And having a better facility that was designed specifically for this council to be a high-performing council and get the most out of all those rates that they spend every year, which is millions and millions, is, to me, is is sort of the most important point, and it mustn't get forgotten in all the toing and froing of do we do this, do we do that, do we do the other? Why are we doing it? We're doing it to try and have the highest performing group of people as possible to spend that money as effectively as possible. We also need a library.
I'm going to squeeze you a little because your comments are absolutely valid, and I'm going to have that discussion period, but I do want to sort of keep us to the questions period at this stage, Matthew. Councillor Bennett, I should say.
Can I just answer that question then around the high performing team? I value that, that question around that. Look, it's a really important consideration, but I don't think it is the most important consideration. I think I don't want to build a facility that's just about the staff. I want to build something that's for the people of Nelson. That's my primary consideration about the community hub, a place for people to meet. And I'd love to hear from Rose around the desire to attract young people. So look, for me, this is about the community, and there is a need, of course, for good facilities for my staff. But this is not about building a new facility for my staff. This building is not great for my staff, but actually, if the systems were okay, I think we could live with it, and we could still attract good people. So this is not about providing new accommodation for staff. It just so happens we're going to build a new community facility, so we might as well at the same time fix this problem and build above it if we do a new build. Facilities for the staff, but that's not the primary consideration.
We've been going for an hour 10, and so I'm just going to take a 5-minute break, but when I come back, the floor will be Matthew's again. So a 5-minute break until 11:15. My intention is to just keep quite tight around remaining questions. And then I'd like to move into that format of having an informal discussion as we try and build a set of recommendations that the team is comfortable with. So Matthew, further questions?
Thank you. Just one. The rest is more debate. The library. We've actually got several libraries. So when you look at the library, are you looking at the libraries? Because, you know, I understand that the Stoke Library is the most used per head of population around that library. So yes, are you looking at the other libraries in conjunction with, if we're going to do a complete revamp?
So through the chair, this project is specific to the Alma Turner Library replacement, the city centre library. There is a need to future plan for the Stoke Library as well. And I understand that that will be the next long-term plan, that planning for the replacement of that library will start.
But I understand that, I mean, basically the other libraries, that seems to be how it works elsewhere, are satellites of this library.
I think it's important though, Matthew Benge, to understand that this piece of work, its terms of reference is about the Central City Library. Now, I'm more than happy, and if we want to change that, we can. But at the moment, the terms of reference and the piece of work is solely focused on the library for the Central City and potential replacement of Alma Turnbull. It's not within the terms of reference of the work that we have commissioned or the work that's going under Pete's task force to look at libraries outside the city centre. Now, we could change that. I just want to be clear with you as to the piece of work that's being done.
Well, is it worth recognising that the others are satellites of this library? It's not its only function to be a standalone library.
From a build perspective, I don't think so. I don't think, because they're not the economies of scale. I accept your premise that Stoke has an issue that we do need to address in due course, but it's not as pressing as the current issue.
Okay, thank you.
Next question is Councillor Skinner, and then I'll go to Councillor Roll.
Thank you. Very quickly, running costs. I mean, obviously it's hard to quantify that, but I get nervous when we've had like this Suter Art Gallery and NCMA, which done some lovely buildings. And at the time that was of understanding or potential of saving of running costs, heating, etc., both those buildings end up being quite a bit more expensive to heat, etc. Are there, from the consultants or others, is there any idea of running costs? I want to say running costs too broad, but yeah, heating, that sort of thing.
Through the chair, I might ask Dean to jump in to help, but when the business case was developed, we did consider, and we looked at the 10-year forecast of running costs for Civic House. So that was the power, the insurance, the rates, those overheads that you know that are going to be on a building, regardless of whether you're leasing or building.
So my nervousness with any new building is you perceive that, hey, it's going to be cheaper running costs, less maintenance. Of those examples I gave, they've ended up being quite the opposite.
Yeah, I would hope that they were not, because actually, if we did build design a new building, look, I'll be frank, this building was not designed to be an office space, and it's not very efficient. And we've got a diesel boiler which we need to get out of. We need we'd love to have it to be solar panels or whatever. So the running costs of this building are expensive. I do hope that we would design, if we were going to design something new, something that was more efficient and effective in terms of running costs. And I know that a number of councils around the country that have done these projects have found that their operational costs of their buildings have come down.
Can I get some sort of assurance or indication, more than just a hope, that a new building would be more effective and cut costs of running, with regards to insurance, heating, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, it's more than a hope, but I mean, I don't want to give you an assurance, because I can't give you that assurance, because we haven't even had conversations with who's going to design it, etc. But absolutely, and Dean, you can jump in here. You've dealt with a lot of these things. Councils around the country have found their running costs have come down. Dean, do you want to comment?
Thanks, Dean.
Yeah, I think obviously with a new building or a refurbished building with new plant and equipment, then you'd be looking for more efficiency of energy usage, and you would be setting an energy target. Even without a Green Star rating, you'd be setting an energy target as part of that design to optimise the plant and equipment. In terms of the business case, we've adopted what we would consider to be a market rate for all the operating expenses. It does actually exclude energy to make sure that's on a like-for-like basis. But you'd expect an optimised solution with a new product.
So energy could be similar or more or less?
At the moment, excluding energy, we are forecasting it to be slightly less than the combined costs at the moment for both Civic and Alma-Turner. But
so energy could be more?
We haven't done any modelling on energy.
Okay.
We've looked at rates, insurance, and typical operating expenses such as maintenance, compliance, and other costs that are involved in operating a building.
Energy is quite a major thing, but put that aside because there's obviously not an answer there. Insurance costs. I'm not saying for a figure of it, but are you expecting a lower insurance cost with a newer building or significantly greater insurance costs with this new building?
I'd assume because it's worth so much.
It'll be worth a lot more through the chair. So yeah, insurance costs will go up.
Is there any indication then? I will ask, that was my suspicion, expectation. Would there be like a twofold, threefold insurance cost?
We haven't.
I think that's a really difficult one to answer really in the current insurance market, what the increase.
I just address that in the detailed business case.
Just raise these because of great buildings we've got that School of Music and SUTA have done, and they're brilliant, and the airport. But there was a huge, and for a couple of those organisations, quite crippling for them, the energy costs and the insurance costs.
I get the tenor of your questions, but want to be clear, we're not making a decision to proceed at this stage. So we have to look at all these things and put them in the detailed business costs and bring you these options. And on those options, you'll make a decision. Thank you.
Can I just ask a nerdy sup of Nikki off the back of Tim's question, because I'd just like to know, does council pay rates on its own building like Civic House to itself? We do?
Yes. No.
Through the chair, we do. We're not exempt from rates.
Oh, it's a bit rough that the council has to pay rates on its own building. We don't necessarily get rates on all those government buildings, but that's another discussion for another day. We'll go to Campbell Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. And for you, I have two questions, one for the staff and one for Dean. The first one is around 5.5, where we talk about the life of the library. And given the timetable of saying it's approximate 10 years, given the timetable we're looking at following, is there any risk that if there are long-term issues around getting sites and all that and construction's underway, that there's a perception out there from the public that we've got a library that's no longer in use, or in terms of the life, in 10 years we might not have a new library yet, but we're noting there that actually the current one's only got a life of 10 years.
Through the chair, so that is an approximate time frame. The designs that were approved through the strengthening project were for that 5 to 10 year time frame. We would sweat the asset for as long as we could. We would, however, start having some quite large renewal requirements come through towards the end of that 10-year period.
Sure, thank you. And just one final question from me for Dean, if you can hear me, is around on 6.2, we've got the criteria there, and around option 2, around investment objectives, and a critical success factor. I note with option 2, we've got a lot of green lights there. Were you brave enough, I guess, to look at some of those deeply? And I would say that, in my view, maybe some of them are more a yellow, or were they simply just high level? They look good on paper, so we'll put a green light.
Sorry, just unmute myself, trying to look at the document at the same time. I think, as touched on at the task force, the use of a traffic light type evaluation tool is relatively subjective, and so we made some subjective calls based on our assessment of the options and how they scored against that criteria. You could equally, in some cases, maybe consider them to be more of an orange colour, but we've been as objective as we can, given the, I suppose, the limitations of that sort of method.
Thank you. I'd like to, so if I could round it on, of course, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. A few more questions from me. Obviously, progressing as we are with 3 options will inevitably add cost. Is just, are officers confident that all 3 options pass the sniff test, of that they could lead to a feasible, cost-effective option that we would proceed with?
I think that's probably one for the CE.
My staff were nodding, but absolutely it is. We wouldn't have put it in the paper if we didn't believe these were worth pursuing. For a decision of this nature, we need to bring you as much information as you possibly can to make a big decision. So we need to look at all options, and I'd like to pursue those 3 options, yes, at this stage.
And then it's slightly touched on, but I know myself, the Chief Executive, met with some of the project team for the Wellington Library redevelopment. It's just what work has been done around looking at what appropriate governance mechanisms are for a project of this scale, and making sure that we have governance continuity, particularly as this will be a multi-year project crossing elections as well.
Yeah, I had some good discussions with Wellington around decisions they made, some regrets they had, and particularly around revitalising old buildings. But we did have some good discussions around the governance and a principle-based decision making in terms of they've set this is what we want, but they don't get into the detailed design. And I think it's really important that we don't have design by committee of governors. So I think those setting the and we will have once, if and when we get into making a decision to move forward on an option, there's no question that we will have a group, probably led by myself, in terms of driving the project forward. But we will get directions set by you in terms of, and I would be saying to you, set me some principles of which your expectations are, and then let that group get on with it.
And just in terms of governance between now and potential approval to proceed with a preferred option, is just what intended reporting mechanisms are we going to have between now and then? We're talking a decent amount of expenditure shaping these options.
I see governance questions resting on my table, and it's a very fair question. My expectation is that the Chief Executive and the staff will be regularly reporting to the task force chaired by Pete on progress, and that if the task force led by Pete believes that there are substantive decisions that fall to a governance level, then I would expect the task force to then recommend a report back to council. That certainly would be the expectation of my governance process between now and the next local body elections. I would see that being reviewed after the elections, depending on where things are at. The last bit I'll just add to that, both myself and the Chief Executive visited both the Ashburton Council and the Palmerston North Council. The Ashburton Council went down the road of a new facility that has just recently been opened, and shared with us how they had the oversight of the project. The Palmerston North scenario was where they redeveloped an existing building for their civic facilities. I found those meetings very useful, and I would want the task force, as the options close, to actually engage with other councils that have been such significant projects to ensure we learn what is the optimum governance structure for overseeing those.
Just in terms of that, around the reporting, is obviously this is going to be a topic of strong public interest, and it already is just around the transparency and accessibility of those reports between now and final decision.
my expectation is that's an issue the task force, Pete, will need to give careful consideration to as to at what points in the process, as the staff do that work and you receive information, of making those decisions about what's the appropriate level and timing of disclosure. I think that's the best approach, but look, these are sort of my thinking. I see the task force as being the lead oversight from the governance end between now and the local body elections in October 25.
And then just finally from me, I would just, I'll just note around Councillor Benja's questions. I think that there is critical questions not to be asked today, but around the wider service delivery impacts of an upgrade in terms of the overall functioning of our libraries. But just finally from me, again, coming back to the investment objectives, is what the objectives that we have in the report are on some occasions substantively different from what is in the 22 report. And I'm just interested in whether that is, like, to me, it looks like they've been made to read more clearly. Just whether there has been any intentional filtering between what was included in the 22 report and what is included in the recommendation.
Through the chair, no intentional filtering of any information, more for clarity and simplification of what those outcomes are.
Then I'll just flag again for our next discussion. I think there's a couple of tweaks that will be needed if we want them to reflect the objectives that are identified in the 22 report.
Okay, Pete. Councillor.
Yeah, for example, consideration of climate change reduction and mitigation is in the 22 reports, meets government and council's carbon neutral objectives and is resilient to local climate change impacts. Those are substantively two different things.
So you suggested there would be sorry, are you suggesting that there would be potentially a further amendment? Is that I shouldn't?
Well, the way
the
way I'd like to do is, if we're finished with the questions of officers, then what I'd like to do is that there's been a number of amendments discussed, as I've indicated to council previously, where we can get consensus. That's my preferred, and I think it would be helpful to now move into an informal discussion of those. It may be as a consequence of those informal discussions that I still decide I'm going to manage an amendment process and debate. But in the first instance, I'd like to see the degree to which we can receive consensus. Before I go to that stage of the process, I'd like Rose to have the opportunity, as she's indicated she has a question.
I did just have one question about the lease option. Would there be any potential there for, because we don't own the property, for that to potentially like limit either the building there or what we can actually do with that building, especially because there's also going to be the potential for a community hub and a library in that space?
I wouldn't have, maybe to answer that, I wouldn't have thought so. I think a leasing scenario and a lease can be really constructed or written in any form that we really want. And as the sort of lead sort of single tenant of a building of this nature, then we can design the building to meet council's requirements or require the developer to, and yes, and structure a lease that allows council to operate as if it's essentially the owner of the building.
A quick question, a supplementary, because I think Rose has asked a very insightful question. Dean, in some of the experiences I've had with where government have leased buildings, and I note particularly the parliamentary complex, there was a view of parliamentary services that they were held over a barrel by a landlord to a tight lease when actually the needs of Parliament had changed in what it wanted. Isn't Rose partially correct that if you lease a building, you can never completely predict what changes there may be in an organisation over time, and that you're more limited in being able to make physical changes to that building over its life when you are not the owner?
Well, I think, yes, clearly you haven't got the same rights as an owner, but I think what we've seen across the Crown and corporate clients over the last 20 or 30 years is a very much a move towards what we would call more tenant-friendly leases and giving tenants, large tenants, particularly the Crown, in all its various forms, a lot more rights than you would normally expect. And for a single lease on an asset of this nature, you could drive a number of tenant-friendly lease terms and provisions, and that's what you'd expect. But ultimately, yes, there is some limitations. You're not the owner, but you can get pretty close to most of the requirements that you would seek.
Thank you. A good question. I would now like to move into an informal discussion phase to see whether we can flag amendments and, where possible, get to a consensus. It equally may be the view from me as the chair that if it's too hard to be able to get the agreement, then to sort of flag how we'll manage a debate with the moving of amendments in a collegial way. The point I would emphasise at the beginning of this discussion is that today we're very much about investing in an information and a piece of work to enable us to get the very best information. So it's not a decision-making point, yes, no, we're going to do this or that. It's about making sure that our resolution enables our chief executive and consultants to get the really good information for us further down the track to make an agreement. Now, the way I'd like to handle this, the Deputy Mayor has flagged that in 3E, the word cultural should sit along social and economic. I'm very sympathetic to that view, and what I'd like the officers to do is, if there is a consensus on that, is just add it into the substantive motion. So I would like to have a discussion if anybody objects to the suggestion of the Deputy Mayor of the word cultural being added into 3E. Councillor Skinner.
It broadens the scope potentially. All three of those are obviously what it's really about, the people and public and usage and how it's operated, I see, but you should put those into building it very much, my concern very much broadens what a building is that does that. I like to think of social, cultural, economic well-being as really the way it's utilised, the events that happen in it.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, the simple reason for this is I think you'd really struggle to build a library and community hub that didn't enhance cultural well-being. We're getting the win either way. I just think we should take it from the start. And I'll just share it's not clearly defined in the Local Government Act, but tied to it are the what used to be called SOLGAM, the Society of Local Government Managers, identifies it as looking at the shared beliefs, values, customs, behaviours and identities reflected through language, stories, visual and performing arts, ceremonies and heritage that make up our community. A lot of those key elements are going to be reflected in a library and community hub regardless.
From my perspective, my support of the Deputy Mayor proposition around the cultural inclusion is because actually very much our library is around culture. But I also have to say this, my support for it is conditional on being very clear about what our priorities are as a governance unit. And that is where I understand where Tim's coming from, and that is, let's say there was a extra facility on the community hub that was certainly going to enhance it hugely culturally, but add millions of dollars to the cost, then I want the balance very much to be the primary purpose is to get a really good quality facility. Secondary is in that order is quite important for me in being really directive to our staff around, hey, what are our priorities and what we're up to here? So my support for cultural being added in there is wanting to keep that priority in us being clear with our officers and our consultants what our priorities are. Pete?
I agree with you. One of the things that I think we have to open our mind to is that in giving consideration to the potential future design of buildings, we shouldn't rule out the possibility of having third-party engagement in the building. And who knows what cultural aspects of a building that would satisfy the needs of our community that may not or may be met by entities other than NCC. And actually, I think this is a hugely, has huge potential for the future consideration of this building. So this is an enabler in terms of giving consideration to that. I hear what you're saying, Mena, but we don't actually know what the final mix will be in terms of the way that it's produced.
This is as good as we can at this point of providing some high-level guidance as a governance team. I'm hearing the mood around the table that the inclusion of the word as culturally is broadly supported, and so we're going to move on from that and have that included in the resolution. The next one is I circulated an amendment. I want to give an explanation, but I equally wish to make plain that I'm open to refining the wording. The wording that I wish to add was as shown on the board there with respect to resolution 2. And let me plainly explain to council where I'm at. The notion of having an integrated community hub with a library and the civic facilities and those additional community hub functions, I think is an attractive proposition. I saw it in Ashburton and was encouraged and thought it worked very well. I've seen it in other centres. I am hopeful through this process that either in terms of a redevelopment of Civic House or an alternative site that we are going to be able to achieve. And I do want us as a governance team to signal to our Chief Executive and our staff that we're pretty attracted to this option. But I also want to make provision for what I call an off-ramp. And that is, I don't know when you go to the market and you go search out sites as to what's going to be available. I don't know what the geotech of those sites might be. It is possible that as a consequence of this process, that a community hub is not the right option. And while it is preferred, it is equally my view that there are perfectly good cities that have separate libraries and separate civic facilities. So it's a preference, but not an absolute. Now, it is my advice from officials that in the event that we leave 2 as it is, and in 12 months' time we had a view that said that that was not going to be where we wanted to proceed, we would effectively need to rescind that resolution because it is saying the only answer, we're accepting the recommendation of a single site solution. And so the additional words are intended to say, actually, we're very keen on this option. We think it's really good, but it is conditional on the further work confirming that it's a cost-effective and affordable approach. And that if through the officials' work, at the end of the approach, it didn't tick that box, I'm giving them room to be able to recommend a different option. So that is the basis for wanting to add those subject words. The exact choice I'm not locked into, but the logic of just making a little bit of conditionality with the information we have at this time was the intent behind that amendment. And I'm quite open to some refining of the words, if that would help colleagues. Councillor Sansom.
Thanks, Mena. I wonder if I understand the intention, but I'm just wondering if cost effective captures it, because we're kind of looking at a situation where we've got 2 buildings reaching end of life, and we have like we've had a quantification that it's, 50 million for this and 40 million for the Elmer Turner and its existing location. So there is no do nothing option. And I guess cost effectiveness kind of captures that thing of measuring the costs against other options. Whereas to me, affordable maybe says do nothing, because it's so subjective.
Yeah.
And it's really easy to kind of play.
I understand the challenge. There's a subtle difference between cost effective and affordable. And let me explain it this way. If my chief executive came to me today and said, Mr. Mayor, I want you and the council to approve a $85 million investment in a new civic library and facility, I'm sorry, I would be saying to the chief executive, in the current economic climate, I think that's too big a hurdle. When the chief executive says to me, you've got this medium to long-term problem, and I think you're going to have to make a big investment of the sort in the next 3 to 10 year interval, I'm saying, yeah, I think you're right. And I'm an optimist. I think the economy will be in a lot better position in 3 or 4 years. But equally, the reason I would prefer the word affordable was retained is that if we're sitting here in 3 years' time and I've got the level of cost of living pressures that we have right now out in the community, I'm sorry, I will still be more cautious. So the word affordable includes in the discussion that concept of affordability for our ratepayers relative to the economic circumstance of the time. So look, it's an open debate, but I just wanted to give you where's the thinking. Why did I include in the draft the word affordable? I'll take Rachel and then the Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. So I think it is, my understanding is that through the long-term plan that we've just signed off, there is actually 65 million in the long-term plan. So we've already, all of us around this table have voted and approved $65 million budget for the do something option. And yeah, I actually think that part of the reason that we've never done the required investment that was needed to keep this one upgraded or keep Elmer Turner, updated is because of things like the word affordable, which actually in the long run doesn't kind of mean it's affordable. It means it's more costly in the long run if we do nothing.
Look, I understand that, and that's where there is a tension, and it's a value judgment. I'm going to take the Deputy Mayor, then Mel Courtney, and like I say, I'd like to focus the discussion on this: is can we agree on some consensus of wording, or is it one of those that I should allow an open debate on when we move into the resolution phase? The Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, as I've previously signalled, I think my preference here would be economically viable. Is affordability, just looking at the definition, one of the words used is inexpensiveness. I don't think anyone is plausibly going to buy that it's an inexpensive thing to do. It's about, does this stack up within all of those considerations, within what the wider economic climate is? Can we viably deliver this, and will the benefits outweigh the costs? Not is it affordable, because frankly, large scale construction is very expensive. And I think saying to the community at any point, we're saying that $45 million was affordable, people balk at that because in their own lives, obviously it's not. It's about, is this economically viable for our community to deliver?
I'm quite open-minded about the alternative wording from the Deputy Mayor. Like I say, my preference on a big issue like this was if we could get agreement on some choice of words, that would be my preference. I'm going to take Councillor Courtney and then the Chair of the Task Force.
Nick, you said in your introduction there's a fine difference, and there is, or in my world there is. I see cost effectiveness as measuring value, all right? That's that one. And then when you come to affordability, that is a budgetary matter, as far as I'm concerned. And that equals cost and quality. So I'm quite happy with the words that are there for those reasons. In my life, that's what it means. In my world, that's what it means.
Thank you. Hey.
Well, I kind of like economically viable, because indeed affordability does tend to give the context of the ratepayers as they currently stand in the city at the moment. But we're looking at a project that hopefully will have 50 years life, maybe more. 100, we would hope. And certainly in my mind, if we don't do it because affordability comes into play and it gets knocked on the head with this ping-ponging between councils, that will, in the long term, prove to be the most costly decision for generations to come. And I don't think we should lose sight of that fact. We are just looking at this project at the moment. We want to try and do everything that we can to have a really good look at what the economic impact is going to be. But it's not just for current ratepayers. It's the economic impact of not doing it down the track that has to weigh on our minds. I'm convinced of that.
Pete, if the word affordable was replaced with economically viable, would that make you happier?
I'd be happy with that, yeah.
I'd support that.
Can I test Councillor Brand?
I was actually going to say, if we were talking about being election robust, to keep the project on and not derail after an election. To me, affordable is about how cheap we can do it. And quite frankly, that doesn't stack up for what we want to achieve. And therefore, I think economic viability actually covers the quality, the change of the environment as we're moving forward, and it gives us that election robustness regardless of who's sitting around the table to ensure that we get something that is going to last and be of the quality, which also ties into the quality assurance program that I kept harping on about last term as well.
So the mood I'm hearing around the table is, could our staff please change the word affordable to economically viable? I think just hearing the reactions around the table, that would get a broader expression of where council is at. Okay, are there any other wording changes over the 6 recommendations that we have before us that councillors would like to discuss? The Deputy Mayor.
Yes, sorry, another one, just that one I noted earlier relating to investment objectives is, I think the way to word that would be consideration of climate change mitigation and resilience, and adaptation. But I think resilience is probably the most appropriate term.
So consideration of climate change, can we just
mitigation and resilience.
Okay, so climate change, mitigation and resilience. I'm very happy with that refinement. What's the other reactions around the table? It's just a better expression. You've always got this difficulty when you're setting high level objectives of wanting to be brief and crisp. On the other hand, in being accurate, you'll never get it perfect. I think that the addition of the word resilience is helpful. So it should read consideration of climate change, mitigation.
Maybe no comma.
No, yeah.
Just climate change mitigation and resilience, because the mitigation covers the emissions reduction.
Emissions reduction.
Yeah.
Consideration of climate change, mitigation and resilience. Councillor Brand.
Can I just have that clarified, that that's not locking us into a 5-star Green Star build? Because of depending on who sits at the table and their definition of what that means. It's not going to lock us in.
I think the key word at the front end of that is consideration, because I think we do need to be open with our ratepayers, and that is that when you make a building more energy efficient, when you go away from technologies like diesel to others, sometimes that can result in more costs, and sometimes you have to make trade-offs. Now this, if we look at the criteria as a whole, we're saying climate change mitigation and resilience is an important consideration, but we're equally saying it's not the only consideration. And, you know, when the staff report back to us, they may say to us, if you want 6-star, you're going to add an extra $1.2 million to the cost rather than 5-star. And that is the sort of transparent trade-offs that through this criteria we're saying are valid.
Now, the reason why I raise it is that last term when people got stuck, or individuals got stuck on the 5-star Green Star because they felt that that was the only definition that would meet the climate change mitigation and resilience. And I don't believe it does. And I just want to make sure that we're not setting up future councils to be locked in to a stuck thought, instead of a more progressive, resilient thinking process.
If I may, in terms of my thinking, I think there's always the potential for certain individuals to get stuck on a topic, regardless of what words we put down. This is not intended to be that sticking point. I guess we'll find out.
I'm pretty comfortable with the suggested change, unless there's strong objection. I would like to include that change in our varied resolution. People comfortable? Nobody objecting to that? I think we're now in pretty good shape to move into Councillor Stallard.
Thanks, Mick. I think there are two. Well, actually, first I'll just follow on from that discussion about point D. In the same way that Councillor Brand's, teasing out what it locks us into or not. I'm happy with the fact it's loose because, I prefer the wording in the original report about meeting the objectives of council and government, and we should be doing that. But I'm happy to keep the looser wording at the moment. Two more considerations for me is, would we really be building it some kind of civic investment of this type if it wasn't inclusive and accessible. And I do wonder if that should be an objective, because we do know from past experience, we build these kind of big infrastructure for our community as sectors of our community don't take part. And it's part of the problem that underlies that is that we haven't built or presented that facility in such a way that everyone feels it's accessible to them. So that's the first one, and I'm open to having it or not having it, but I wonder whether one objective should be accessibility and inclusivity. And the other one is the original report, the 22 report, didn't prioritise the objectives. I know I heard you, Mayor Nick, you said you like to have that there because it guides us. My preference would be to delete an order of priority because it indicates we're going to straight away engage in some kind of trade-offs. I don't think we're going to ignore any of these. So let's increase that flexibility and not set up these trade-offs right now, because they will come or they'll emerge in a natural way, I think. But I wouldn't like to think that at this early stage, we are establishing this order of priority. That should all be considered. But I think the priority will become later when we identify specific problems or pain points. So there are two things I would like to propose. One, an objective around inclusivity and accessibility, and one to remove the words in order of priority.
The way I'd like to handle that, with your indulgence, Councillor Stallard, is to include the two separately. I'm quite sympathetic because I think when you're dealing with a public building, I think it's inherent, but I see no harm in Councillor Stallard's proposition that we be explicit. And so I am supportive of adding a recommendation in terms of our objectives is a new, what would be F, that if I can try and draft some words, and I'm happy to take guidance from Councillor Stallard, a facility that supports council's goals around accessibility and inclusivity. Is there any councillor that would have concern about that being listed as one of our objectives?
Just a quick question of clarification around the investment objectives is just to be clear, these are around steering the looking at the next options is I'm assuming post detailed business case. Once you're heading into design, we'll also have to resolve on a new set of overarching objectives to shape that process.
Yep, the Chief Executive has confirmed that is true. So unless there's objection, I would like to include F. Is anybody objecting? I'm expecting Councillor Rollo as...
I'm not objecting. I just thought that instead of the word around, we should add to be.
The facility supports council's goals
to be accessible.
I wonder whether the correct terminology, and it's my fault because I dictated it, I wondered whether it should be actually the words in respect of accessibility and inclusivity. In respect. A facility that supports council's goals in respect of accessibility and inclusivity. Around is a bit vague and mushy for me. I think that's better language. Would you be comfortable with that? All right, I'm going to take that there is a reasonable consensus around F. I'd now like to move to the discussion around the order of priority and whether you could just remove the words in order of priority. You could. I personally don't favour that, but again, I'm one of those that's very keen to get consensus of these things. It's not black and white. My view around wanting to include it is I think as governors, when we ask our staff to do things and we say what's really important and what's less important, actually gives them a really clear steer to be able to do work for us. And I think the number one priority is we want a really good community hub. We want a great facility. Now, these are other things that we want to make sure that it's going to be cost effective and good value for money. But the primary objective, number one, is to provide a really good facility. And then lesser to that is I'm of a view that a new community hub can contribute to regeneration and the ambitions we have for revitalisation of our city. But I'm also of the view that actually there are hundreds of people that come every day into Civic House and they want to do their building consent and pay their rates and do all that stuff. And that's not the primary reason I'm doing it. The primary reason I'm doing it is because of that number one. And that is part of, but not the most important. So my preference is to retain the order of priority, but I welcome views. And again, my preference would be to try and find a consensus. Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Nick. I think it should stay there as it is, and we mustn't forget what we're doing this for. We mustn't. It's said that, you know, the camel is an animal designed by a committee. And I can tell you from some experience, there's serious problems with breeding camels. They have some funny ideas about it that no other animal has.
That's the gentleman behind it. I can feel the headline.
I really want this to be focused totally on what we've set out to do, which is have a high-performing team in a building fit for purpose. And I don't really know anything about libraries, but there's plenty of people around who do, and it's the same thing there. And all the other issues underneath that, they haven't been forgotten. This is what we're trying to do, and we have to take consideration of all these other things, and they have to go into it. But let's not forget, you know, what we're trying to do, the number one objective. And I'd like to see it stay.
The Chief Executive has a view?
I think this is a really good test of my future governors and where this project is going, because I do need you to set direction and tell us which direction to head off, and we go off in that direction. So the more you can give us your priorities, the better. I can live with either option, to be honest. But actually, when we get to the principles-based approach of building this thing or refurbishing this thing or whatever, you will need to set me some parameters of which to work in, and then we go off and do it. So look, whereas you as governors can set me some priorities and say this is important to you, I would take that, but I can live with either option.
Thanks, Mr. Chief Executive. Councillor Sanson.
I'll make a comment on this, but first of all, thank you for that comment around. Thank you for the comment around camels mating. Councillor Bench, I never knew that. It's quite curious. I just looked it up.
We've had toilets and we've had camels mating. I'm pleased somebody around the council tables is providing their meetings with some colour, Matthew.
So Mayor Nick, I totally understand the intention of this, and I'm not like super against it, but I kind of feel like that it's a given that this project is around the provision of a good quality community hub, and cost effectiveness and value for money are high priorities. But, you know, do I think that stimulation for central city regeneration is more important than supporting social, cultural and economic wellbeing? I'm not so sure. So I'm uncomfortable with us saying that this is an order of priority because it's prioritising some things above others, which I don't think are right. So I would prefer that we just take it out. But I think that the Chief Executive, and I think also the Deputy Mayor referred to the kind of the next stage where we actually have to really define what the key kind of criteria are for decision making. And absolutely, those two things that you've got, A and B, should be at the top. Or, you know, I think that they're critical, but I just think it's too early to kind of be trying to do some semi on the fly ordering of priorities. My view.
Councillor Brand.
Well, I appreciate and understand Councillor Sanson's view. I think the word order is what's misplaced, and I think it should be agrees in key priorities and leaves them there, so that way we're not saying one has priority over the other, that they're all priorities and that they should all be taken into consideration. Tying into one, it's good to stay focused, especially when you don't know what mix is going to be around future councils when they look at this, and also factoring in what Councillor Benj said just prior with our CE. So I just think we should change the word to agrees in a list of priorities.
My view is that effectively becomes non-priorities by simply removing the words in order of priority, because we're saying that they would be the objectives.
Well, I see differently on that one.
Do you?
Yeah.
So I'm trying to find some choice of words that we can live with.
By having those there, it keeps us focused, is what Councillor Benj said before, that this is what we want to achieve. These are the things that we want to ensure are at front of mind. If you take away and say that they're not any priorities, then other things can factor in, and then people get into a debate over stuff that is secondary, which is sort of what was touched on before by Councillor Sanson about coming more into the business case about what is secondary. By leaving these here and saying that this is a list of the main priorities or the key priorities, it highlights that that's what should be at the forefront before we factor it down into the octopus that creates the next set.
Can I just tease out for you, because I'm not wanting to be critical, I'm just wanting to understand, what would be your choice of words in the introduction to 3?
Agrees in these key priorities. So it's key priorities.
And with the word key, good, very helpful. That's good. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, just by way of clarity for why I suggested this in the first place. Look, I agree that point A should be our absolute priority. You know, that's not a problem. I think it's the points below that where it just becomes, for me, a bit problematic, both because individuals will have their own rankings. If we were to rank, possibly even you could keep B as B, but below that we might have a whole different set of rankings for different people. Also, when we're talking about costs, we do think in dollars and cents today, and we don't always think in costs in the future that might be liabilities from environmental missteps we make today that will far outweigh the dollars and cents cost of construction today. And I think those items sort of B to F interplay really strongly, and we might end up finding that if we want to optimise B, in fact, we do that by optimising D, that if we consider climate a lot more will actually be the most cost-effective solution. So certainly agree that A should be the overriding priority, and perhaps B would be listed as a priority, but the rest of them, I wouldn't want to rank them, just keep them as investment objectives. And perhaps the fact that our objectives means we don't need to use the word priority because that's sort of synonymous.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm kind of in two minds around this one, and that I think ultimately it doesn't really matter. But at the same time, I think whenever you start to try to prioritize things that aren't necessarily in competition with one another, that's when it gets like, my firm view is that you could not provide a good quality community hub inclusive of library services and the civic administration functions of council without supporting social, cultural and economic well-being. They're inherent in the project itself, and that's why I lean towards removing any prioritization, but very much with the mood of the meeting. The only other thing I'd say is that in terms of our next decision making, if it is structured anything like our decision making today, the priority won't really matter as much as what we bring to the table, and we'll get you can lay these things out in a way that balances and shows where your trade-offs are, because it is likely that each option will have different trade-offs within these investment objectives as well. So
I think that all of that is true, and that is why my preference, it's more important for me that we as 13 elected members to get a consensus in the exact choice of words, because that is keeping the team together and getting the reasonably clear. So while I've got a preference, my even stronger preference is if we could get agreement. Pete?
Well, we're almost there. We're almost at the point of making a pretty momentous decision for the city, which is good. I might suggest that after B, put in a line that says "and" in no particular order, which would mean that you would give priorities to A and B and then just list 4 other things. That might satisfy.
Yep, I'm pretty open to that. Can I suggest, I wondered whether you could come up with some wording of that sort that effectively captures Pete's idea. Can I suggest, with your indulgence, that we take a 5-minute adjournment, that I work with Pete trying to pick up that idea with the staff to just finalise the wording along those lines that sort of captures that spirit, and see whether we could come up with a wording that sort of reflects the discussion around the table. So I'm going to suggest a 5. Councillor Bench.
I think number 1 has to stay as it is. I really think if you go away from number 1, you're losing the focus. It's there forever.
Yep.
That how good that facility is for the people to operate and spend the money that the people give them to spend is the most vital thing. And this building doesn't lend itself to that particularly well.
Yep.
And that is, if you get it slightly wrong in any level, or if it isn't a great place to work, if it is a great place to work, you'll get better staff. You'll get people wanting to work there more. So I really, if you change number 1, I will oppose it.
Okay, I hear you. Me and Pete are going to just take a 5-minute recess if we can come somewhere to take on board the discussions that have been around the table. Council will resume at 12:25. what myself and the chair of the task force has worked up in the wording is that we're saying the priority objective is the delivery of a good quality community hub inclusive of library services and civic administration of council that is cost effective and provides value for money for the ratepayer. And then we've removed any prioritisation and just referred to the other four as other objectives. I think that fairly represents the mood of the different views around the table. If councillors are comfortable with that, I wondered then if the chair of the task force was now prepared to formally move what we now have as 7 resolutions in respect of this report on the indicative business case. Peter, you comfortable with that? Happy to move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Simpson is happy to second. We are now going to move, unless there's objection, into formal debate mode on the 7 resolutions, and the floor rests with the mover and chair of the task force.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I see this as an enabling suite of recommendations, and that it enables council to have a really good look at what the possibilities are for these future projects, or for this future multifaceted project, potential multifaceted project for the city. But it's more than that, of course. It enables the people of Nelson to be given the opportunity to get an even better idea of what this project could mean for the future of this city. And I do actually think that that was something that was lacking in the last iteration of just the library project, was that it was pretty hard to get a clear idea of what we were talking about, other than it was going to cost a whole lot of money for something that we weren't absolutely sure about. We are going to go out and really find what the detail is. If we get the green light on this today, we're going to see what the real detail is in terms of what we can put in front of the people of Nelson and say, okay, here's what we think we could do. What do you think? And that's going to be a process which I think is going to engage the community and give everybody a far better idea of what the possibilities might be. So I'm certainly very positive about this, and I urge all my colleagues to support this.
Thank you. Colleagues, open to debate. Deputy Mayor. And then Councillor Smith.
Yeah, look, I'd echo the comments of Councillor Rainey. This has bounced around, and I can't help but get flashbacks to the previous term of council when we made the decision to take a staged approach and separate out the options, something we're now making the opposite decision to do. And ultimately, when we look at the challenges we face in this city, the only way we can look at them is holistically. And the most effective way we can address them is by finding where we can get those shared outcomes, those shared synergies, and actually deliver cost-effective solutions. A comment was made that there is no do-nothing option. I somewhat disagree. I think there's always a do-nothing option, and I think it's actually the option that's been picked time and time again, which is why we're now faced with an even more expensive option than if, at the time issues began to arise, council proactively addressed them. But what I hope is that we won't be a council that continues to hit the do-nothing button. Because we can always pass this on, and fundamentally we're talking about major investment. No matter what option is picked, even just trying to tag along will face significant costs to this community, and with those significant costs is significant political pressure, let's put it. We need to own that and own the fact that this isn't something that will magically go away, but also the fact that our community deserves great public facilities, and we deserve spaces that can be shared and enjoyed by our whole community in the way that Elmer Turner Library currently is. But actually, we deserve to dream a little bit bigger than that as well. We are a rich, thriving city at the end of the day. And as governors, we need to choose how we reflect that in the experiences of our community members. And I think it is our job to work as hard as we can to enhance and enrich the lives of Nelsonians. And so this will be, I'm certain, an issue that is contentious, an issue that is challenging to navigate, but we're entrusted with that obligation to see us through these challenging times and challenging issues and get to an outcome that actually Nelsonians can be proud of and provide facilities that Nelsonians can be proud of. This is, again, just the first step in a process that will make sure that we're rigorously testing what is the most cost-effective option for addressing these issues. But what cannot be in debate, because we have report on report and visual evidence, if you just go look, is that there is a problem here, a problem that needs to be addressed. But I genuinely believe that we are at a point where that conversation has shifted enough that we can have the more pragmatic view of something needs to be done, what's going to be done about it. And I'm grateful to the Chief Executive and his team for leading that conversation. I wish Councillor Rainey and his task force all the best. But if anyone's got complaints, his email is pete.rainey@ncc.govt.nz.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like that, Pete? Councillor Skinner.
Cheers. Quite possibly going to be an outlier again on this topic. This is madness. Outside of this council table, there is not an appetite for this. Even if there was, there's not a financial capacity for the community. And as your own words, CEO, we're going for a cost of living crisis. This is a huge expense of $85 million, and we can dice it up on how needed it is. And you can see, like previous terms, it's the library started off as a $2 million project, then a $14 million project, and then a $44 million project. And quite rightly, the community said no. In fact, it became a building that was something that included a library. And this is what I see here. This has become a project of a building that will include everything else, plus a library. We've gone off the track. Look how many adding of reds we've had there.
Point of order, Councillor Rainey.
I think this is misguided information that the member's given. We're not going off the track. We're not giving consideration to an $85 million building at the moment. We're giving consideration to directing staff to investigate, putting in place a detailed business case with a potential expenditure of around $200,000 to $300,000. Now, I think we're not arguing the merits or otherwise of the outcome of that business case. We're merely putting in place a process where we can look at this more closely. Now, I don't think that this is an opportunity for members to spout considerations of what the end product of that process might be. This is purely a procedural motion to get underway with looking at what the options are in a more detailed way.
I understand the member's point, but I'm one of those that is very much for pretty free expression of views around the council table. And so I think it's entirely appropriate that you can argue the contrary in your right of reply, but it's not my intention to, whether the points are valid or not is not the issue. The issue is whether they're within the realm of what someone can comment on in the context of this debate. So I'm not going to uphold the point of order and allow Councillor Skinner to continue.
Thank you. Common sense prevails. This is a project which we have gone off the rails, in my view, in regards to, it may not be for rails around this table, but around the rails of what the community, I suggest, would like to see. The library is fine. We did a sterling job in getting it up to being a library, a very functional library. And I do have empathy Chief Nigel in regards to the needs of refurbishing or improving this building, but sometimes we just got to make do, and that might be hard to swallow, but this is not the time. And I know we're future proofing. We've got an amalgamation that could happen around the corner. We could do a lot of this work for nout. My preference is that we do the minimum at this stage, the minimum that our council can achieve, the minimum that our public can swallow at the moment, and that is the $5 million to fix the roof or improve the roof and resolve the earthquake strengthening requirements. And I realise that may not be the greatest in the long term in the sense of continuing this building, but this building has served us well in my time here and previously, and I believe, like the library, we can make this library serve the community, make this civic building serve the community well going ahead. But I do think this has come under the guise of trying to do a project that was lost on the community, understandably, of doing a building that was no longer a building for a library, a hub, etc. I see the needs of a civic house. We've got a great library, community hubs, something we haven't done that effectively in other areas, but we've got a lot of vacant buildings. I know a vacant building may not be a solution for this, what we require, but please, $85 million is madness. As much as we try and justify these scales of economics of scale or combining this all, the library's fine. Let's do the minimum $5 million on this civic house and see what goes on in the next 5 to 10 years. But I've heard this line many a time, and we're just making a mountain out of a molehill here. Thank you.
Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the mayor. I feel like it's deja vu. Here we are. Last time it was mentioned about, we did talk about that with the civic house and whether it be a staged approach. We talked about the library and are these civic assets at the end of their life? Have we sweated them to the point where they're breaking down around us? We put it out to the community and we hear different feedback, stuff about what's important, what's not. And then this term we've had to weigh up the cost of living, affordability of rates, the burden on different people in different ways to basically live within our region, as well as making it a region worth living in. Year 5 of the long-term plan, we've put money there, we've approved it, we signed it off in the long-term plan. It's there. I think the steps to get us to year 5 of the long-term plan, I think, are quite prudent, and I think that it shows that we have good governance to get us to the point where we need to look at what are our civic assets and are they giving our community the safe, accessible, best bang for the buck for them to participate as active members of our society in our local government process. I do think that part of where we fall over is that we don't educate our community on the real state of the buildings that we're talking about. They hear the examples of staff washing their cup in the basin of the toilets. We hear that we can do this that will limp us through and get the building to the next stage. We've done a little fix of the, as one other councillor put it, the Frankenstein building that we call our maternal library, to give it another 10 years. But really, it's at death's door. Now, the thing is, a library, a community hub, civic house is available to everybody regardless of who you are in our community. And we want to ensure that people now, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, whatever, have access to those assets and abilities and feel like they are the same as Joe Bloggs next to them in our community. To do that, we need to do an investigation to figure out how we're going to provide it. I feel that we should be running open days or taking tour groups through the buildings of our community so they can see firsthand what it is that we have been discussing and debating and bringing up for years around this table, because I feel this is the roundabout that just keeps on going round and round and round, because they don't understand the state of what the staff are working in. We hear about the complaints of when they come into the chambers to present or whatever, that the heating's off, the lighting's off, this isn't thing, there's not big enough. The accessibility, depending on which sort of mobility issues or visibility issues that you have to come in here, and how it plays on people's ability to participate in public forums or in the council meetings. That stuff can all get addressed through this business case. Therefore, when I hear people say, we don't want it, we've invested, we've got this asset, but the asset is worth nothing if we don't maintain it or bring it to a level where our community can enjoy it, participate, and become part of, engaged in this process. And therefore, we become redundant sitting at this table of the people we're supposed to represent. Therefore, yes, it's a large amount of money. Yes, your city needs the investment. The people of the city deserve the investment, and they deserve to be able to have the space to enjoy that investment, so that they too can be an engaged part of this organisation in the way that we are here to provide for them. Because that is our ultimate goal, is we are here for the community, one, that elected us here and gave us the privilege of their vote and their voice. But we're also the staff who are here working their butts off to provide them with the assets and the level of service that they demand out there. So therefore, why can't we give them something to say, this is where your rates are going to, this is what your investment is in your civic assets, in the most economic, viable and I don't want to say affordable, because we've got to get out of this mentality. It's about how cheap we can do it. Because as we saw with Green Meadows, how cheap we can do it was not the best outcome. And it ended up costing us 5 times, 10 times more. And it broke the trust of what the community has with this organisation. So therefore, we have to move away from that, and we have to weigh up the values and what is important. Well, I'm sorry, but a civic facility that includes a library, a community hub, and a chamber where people can come in and present their issues to those that can make those governance decisions to provide them with the level of service that they wish to have to live in our city, then we need to provide that for them. We need to stop this. We won't invest in maintaining our assets. We need to stop this. We can't invest in that, but we'll invest in the pipes, as it was mentioned earlier about our water infrastructure. The infrastructure above ground, they are just as much value to our community. I got asked the other day, our civic assets, we've got this number on our books. What are we doing with them? Are they making us the best bang for our buck? No, they're not, because we haven't invested. We're too busy looking at other things that we feel the community will be happy with. But if you go to them and say, if you're a tenant or a house owner and you say to your landlord or as the partner or whoever pays the mortgage of your house, oh, the tap's leaking, I need it fixed. Do you just go, oh yeah, we'll put that in the 10-year plan, maybe push it out to year 12 and maybe it could get a look in for the 30 years because I can't deal with it right now because we want to be prudent and save some money. In the meantime, you spend higher in your water rates because you've got water being wasted. You're wasting the environment, you're wasting a precious resource. So that is how we should be looking at our responsibility to look at these buildings. They're there for the community, we are here for the community, and the community needs to invest in what they want for their community and understand this is the process that we need to go through it. What the end outcome will be, I don't know. Can we afford it? We bloody better make sure we can, because they deserve it.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. I think it was about a month ago, Rose might remember, we were sitting in a youth council meeting and water started dripping out of the light right above where Rachel was sitting. And so we had to turn all the lights off just to be safe and finished our meeting in the dark on a very stormy day. And I know that it's quite probably, I assume it's been fixed and it must be quite easy to fix a water leak. But it is, got a funny look from Nigel. It does exemplify the disruption that can be caused by issues within this building. The decision that we're facing today is really setting the ground for bigger, much bigger decisions in a year's time. And this decision, to me, is about giving our community real choice when it comes to those significant challenges. it would be easier for this to be off the table, to just stick with the status quo, especially in the midst of these really difficult economic times. Yet we are staring down the barrel of cost and risk and degraded public services, no matter which way we look at this. How we manage our aging buildings is not a decision for us, though, but for our community. The work taking place over the coming year is essential, as it will provide us with the information that we need. Like buying a car, there comes a point where keeping the old one alive costs more than upgrading. There's a sweet spot where cost meets functionality and you find value. And that's what I'll be looking for as this work proceeds. There has been some talk about trying to lock in an option before the conclusion of this council term to avoid disruption at the next election. I couldn't disagree with this approach more. Our responsibility now is to ensure that come the next election, Nelsonians have more to choose from than a nice picture and a scary number, but hard facts, clear estimates, and a robust path forward. That will ensure that whatever approach is taken has broad community support and delivers for future generations.
Councillor Hodgson, I've always been worried about leaks from the Youth Council.
Oh, Dad.
Councillor Stallard.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I'd like to start by thanking officers for putting this report together, which I think has all the information we need to make a good decision and clearly spells out the situation and possible ways forward. So that's really helpful. I think the recommendations before us today, in a sense, are actually quite simple because it's encouraging us to take our responsibilities seriously around the governance table to look at options around how to address a known and clearly defined problem. And I think that's a big part of the governance. We are not here arguing about dollar amounts or options and so on, and whether we want to go forward unless we really want to go with the minimum investment option. And of course, we've all read the report, and that option would result in continued, and I'm quoting, disruption to staff due to ongoing repairs and maintenance, continued and ongoing unforeseen issues and critical failures that are likely to emerge as we, and then in my words, sweat the assets, and a risk of system failure could severely impact on the delivery of council services. So I think we wouldn't be doing our jobs if we were to embrace that part forward at this stage. So with that in mind, we must explore options, and that's exactly what we're agreeing to do today, so that when the hard decisions down the road, are on the table, we're well informed to do what's best for our communities. And I think, with projects of this size, history has shown you need widespread support from 2 consecutive councils. There's really no getting away from that on a way forward. We are supporting today, I would hope, the information gathering. And then there'll be a really, I hope, healthy and lively debate in the second half of next year, and of course around the election campaign. And it's going to lead to all kinds of people saying to us, are you standing again? Are you standing again? Who's going to speak to the library issue? What's your position? And so on. And that's only healthy. And then the incoming council from the next term is going to be a big lump for them to deal with in terms of decision making. I do have a lot of sympathy for the discussion around timing, because a lot of people in our community are doing it tough at the moment. And we must bear that in mind. Other factors to bear in mind around timing is that this project should hopefully have a 100-year life. It's got a 5 or 6 year lead in. I know when I'm cycling along Waimea Road heading north into town, I can see those traffic lights at Motueka Street from a distance. I actually want them to be red when I can see them, because I know by the time I get there, they're green and I can head straight through. In a similar sense, I'd actually be quite nervous if today we were riding some crest of some big economic bubble or boom, because I know with the lead-in time of this project, things will be quite different for 5 or 6 years' time when we're paying the big bills. So these are not make or break things, but they're just other factors to bear in mind when we're considering timing. So fully support the recommendations before us. They will give us greater clarity. They will give, I think, the public will be more and more accepting of the discussion, having the discussion with the more information we have, and that will come with a detailed business case.
Thanks, Councillor Stella. Rose.
I just wanted to talk on what the Youth Council has been discussing, because we had an active discussion about this at the previous Youth Council meeting. And a lot of it was things that decisions that aren't going to be made until a long time down the track. But we did come out in widespread support of doing something about this, of taking these options and moving forward and seeing what we can do with them. We did experience firsthand, as water dripped onto my head, actually, that this council building needs change, and we recognize, as many of us being actively the people that are going to pay for this, the people that growing up in Nelson are going to need to pay these higher rates for these buildings. But we unanimously recognized that some action needs to be taken, and that now seeing what action is on the table to be taken right now, it is Youth Council's opinion that we need to move forward with these issues. We need to learn more about these different options, and that this is the right path forward. Thank you.
I'll exercise the liberty for my own contribution on this. I think it's really important that Council today realise the decision is solely one of whether we do investigatory work on three options. That we do investigatory work on three options. We need to be absolutely plain that none of these options are going to proceed without a full and thorough process of consultation. But you can't do that meaningful consultation if you do not have reliable information for the public to have. I make no bones about the fact that I am cautious of the scale of investment that is being proposed. These are very significant sums. This is a very major project for the Nelson City Council. The bits that I am convinced of is this, and it's just frankly common sense. A major building of the sort of Civic House, regardless of where you are in the country, does require a major refurbishment every 30 or so years. I'm sorry, whether it be its air conditioning services and its other things, that you can do a patch up of the top floor, but that does not address the fundamental issue of the services that in every building about that order of magnitude you need to do. And I'm not prepared just to simply say, well, that's not my problem. I'm just the mayor for 3 years. I'm just going to kick that down the track forever. In my view, that is an issue that this council responsibly needs to address. Now, it'd be fair to say in the discussions around this, I am not married to any solution, but tend to be more favouring towards a redevelopment of the Civic House building. The reason I have that view is I actually think this building is very well sited in our city. I secondly have a view that the core structure of Civic House, quite amazing for a building that was built 50 odd years ago, is 100% of the earthquake standard. But I will be influenced in this process about what other options this building could be used for. That is, that if through the work that we are going to commission, there is a serious player that is prepared to convert this building into apartments or commerce or some activity that supports our city, I would be more enthusiastic about a different site. What I'll be very cautious of is this Civic House building being left vacant and semi-derelict for a significant period, in my view, would be a real downer for the future of our city. I also want to signal that I think for council functions, an integrated community hub has got real benefits. That is having your library and your community hub and your council facilities engaging. Our chief executive is very committed to the transformation of this organisation, and a key part of that is not having a community where the council's over there and the ratepayers and community are over there, but actually we're one together. We're one exciting community that engages. And I am enthusiastic about the idea of a facility in which our council staff are more engaging with the community of which they are part and which has potential. I've visited facilities around other parts of the country and where that is done, and I do think it makes for a thriving community, and that is why I'm keen that that option be explored. I'm not so enthusiastic about it, though, that says that at any cost, that's what I want to do. And that is why in the development of the resolutions, if that option proves too expensive and that there is a more economic solution that has a separate library, civic house, community option, I'm not ruling it out. I'm just wanting to give a clear steer that that community hub's got some other advantages and excitement that goes with it. I want to stress, I am genuinely open-minded about the redevelopment option on the site and a new site. I think Palmerston North City has done a good job of the redevelopment of an older building, not indifferent to age of this, that I think works well. I equally go to a place like Ashburton where they've done a new facility and done it well. And that is why I am keen on both those options. I need to indicate, but I'm not ruling it out, I am less enthusiastic about the option of a leased building. And the reason I'm less enthusiastic about it is that where I have seen other government departments and councils do that, I think in the long term, I will take some convincing that that option represents the best value for the ratepayer. But I'm all for going out and testing and seeing whether that's the right way forward. So I want to thank the Chair of the Task Force, Pete, for the work and the commitment that you've given into this. To the work of the staff, I think the resolutions that we have before us enable the proper investigationary work to be done. I want to stress that, and I made very plain when we did the long-term plan, that in this term of council, with $60 million of cost associated with storm recovery, that I had no appetite for a major multi-million-dollar capital project. Yes, I want to do the Arts Centre. Yes, I want to do the surf club, but I'm sorry, big things can't be done this term. What this resolution is about is doing the homework and the detail to be able to equip our community and this council to make some good decisions further down the track. And that is why I think the recommendations before us are actually the responsible way forward. Other colleagues, Councillor Sanson.
You go. I'll do right of reply at the end.
Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Nick. I do like one of these options. And I think that the reason we're looking at doing the library and the Civic House together is because it makes sense. And it makes sense for synergy and efficiency and economy of building. But there's no reason to stop there, in my opinion. And I've said this to the CEO. If you've got 80 million odd in your pocket to put into something like this, it's an opportunity to find a developer, an investor, a property owner, somebody else to do something even bigger and make it even more efficient and more cost effective in doing the building. And I would be surprised if you couldn't find that entity. And it might be retail, car park, accommodation, whatever, offices. Because it all helps with Nelson City. And we need things to happen here. And I acknowledge that there's only one payer of all these things, and it's the general public, whether it comes from rates or taxes. But it's not just that. If you put up the price of, if we change regulations to put up the price of building a house, the same person pays, whether it be the owner of the house or the renter of the house. If you put in place regulations that put up the cost of producing food, same person pays. It's only one person paying here. Council doesn't have money, it has other people's money. To do up this building, we're going to throw away quite a few $1 million, and we're going to seriously disrupt the running of this council. Whereas if we vacate it, we make the redevelopment of this building really simple and cost effective. And I find it hard to believe there won't be somebody. I mean, it's dependent on price, okay? But nevertheless, I find it hard to believe we won't find somebody to redevelop an empty building. But to redevelop a building that's still trying to function, that is a nightmare. To shift this whole council to temporary premises while it goes on is a nightmare. And we're still going to expect everyone to be just as cost effective as they are today. So I'm not in favour of that one. And to me, the hybrid sticks out. And it's just, over the years, experience tells me that's the best option. And Nick, you said at the beginning that this is one of the most important decisions we'll ever make. But we're totally reliant on the CEO and his staff to make this decision. We don't get these facts. We don't go out and look for possible partners. We don't go out and look for pieces of land to put it on. The CEO does. And it's on your head, Nigel. So I'm, to use your words, sort of married to that one, although I have been married twice. But that's what I want to see, and that's what I will support. Thank you.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. I mean, I'm really happy to be speaking in support of this today, and I want to thank obviously the officers, the CE, and the team from 2020 or 2022, and Becca, for all of the work that's gone to get us to this point. I think, we've heard really clearly and read in the reports that the library is not fine, Civic House is not fine, and there is no do nothing option. I think I'd like to kind of posit an alternative view to the narrative that outside of this table, there's no appetite for this. I actually think that, there's been conversations bubbling out in the community for around 30 years wanting a new library. In my last term on council, we did an extensive amount of consultation with the community, and there was appetite for, civic investment. I think around a third of the community fully supported investment in a library. Around a third supported it, but were concerned about resilience. And then there was a third who were worried about both the proposed location and the cost. We know that iwi have supported civic investment. Youth support civic investment. We consulted with the multicultural community, community services community. They were all keen to be a part of a community hub. And I think we have heard today, or been reminded today, that the business community are also behind it. And the Chamber of Commerce, who represent small businesses throughout our community today, said, "We support investment in a new civic centre as a significant catalyst for city revitalisation, economic stimulus, and to prepare Nelson for the next 100 years. It is clear that Civic House is no longer fit for purpose, and the cost of a refit appears to be excessive. The library is constrained on its current site and is not delivering what is possible for a contemporary library proposition. Just look over the hill at our neighbours in Marlborough to see the positive impact of their new libraries are having on the region. Yes, 2 new libraries in Marlborough, I think one in Blenheim and one in Picton. I think what I'm really interested in is what is the options for Civic House. I think that will really influence my thinking around the best option going forwards. And I think that we have a real opportunity here to potentially have affordable accommodation, potentially student accommodation or hotel or offices for a government department or something here, whilst we revitalise another part of the city and provide civic investment, community hub library that is accessible and inclusive and really becomes the beating heart of our community. So yeah, I look forward to information that comes back, and yeah, I'm not averse to us kind of keeping this moving forwards and making a decision this term, but you know, we'll see. I understand that that's maybe not, you know, there may not be broad support for that, but I think that the community have been hearing us kick this around for long enough that they want to see action. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Sanson. Any other contributions? It is just to note to councillors, my intention was to conclude this item before lunch.
Maybe just a division.
If there's no further contributions, I'd like to give the right of reply to the mover of the motion and the chair of the task force, Councillor Rainey.
Thanks very much, Mayor Nick. And it's truly one of the real privileges of being an elected member to be able to participate in decisions like we are today. You know, even though it's just part of a step in a process that could end up with a great community facility, to be able to sit around the table and participate in this process is a privilege that I truly cherish. Councillor Skinner has suggested to go down this path to full fruition would be madness, and that we could do nothing for 5 to 10 years. I would argue that even if we did nothing for 5 to 10 years and then had to make a decision on what the future was going to be, after that point it would take even longer to get to a point where we would be in a position to have a good idea of what the best possible pathway forward is for our community. So to plan is the right thing to do. To not explore options and do nothing, actually, that's madness. You know, it's our role around this table to plan for the future of the city. It's what we're elected to do. And to do otherwise, to not plan, to just say, oh, well, we'll just hope that everything's going to be okay, is truly irresponsible. That sends a real message of no hope and belief in a positive future for our city, and I certainly don't adhere to that. You know, I think Nelson will always be the civic and cultural centre of the top of the South. I remain convinced of that point. Even though we're lacking in civic facilities compared to other cities, as Councillor Sanson's pointed out, that doesn't mean to say that we can't plan for them. So by supporting this recommendation, you're simply putting in place the procedure to plan so that the Nelson community can, in a year's time, be given the opportunity for a real informed choice. Now, the next election can't be a referendum on this. It can't be an official referendum on this project. You know, a proper referendum on whether we're going to greenlight this project could only really follow after a special consultative procedure or an exception to the annual plan in 2026, got my timing right, or a long-term plan initiative in 2027, then a couple of years planning, and then 5 years of building. That would put it in place by 2034 or something. Well, I hate to think how old Councillor Courtney would be in 2034.
He'll be as youthful as ever.
probably 65 or 66, something like that. So unless we have a plan, we can't act on this. I absolutely support this recommendation. It gives us the opportunity to really know what we've got in front of us. Thank you.
That concludes the debate.
I call for a division.
And a call has been made for a division. I'd ask the governance team to conduct a division on the 7 resolutions.
Councillor Anderson.
Aye.
Councillor Benj.
Aye.
Councillor Brand. Aye. Councillor Courtney.
Aye.
Councillor Hodgson.
Aye.
Councillor Pakipaki is an apology. Councillor Rainey.
Aye.
Councillor Rollo.
Aye.
Councillor Sanson.
Aye.
Councillor Skinner.
No.
Councillor Stallard.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor.
Aye.
Mayor Nick.
Aye.
Thank you. The ayes have it, 11-1 with 1 abstention. For apology.
Thank you for the goodwill. Look, I have taken some time on dealing with this item, but actually it's a pretty significant issue, and I think it has been a constructive debate. Council is adjourned. We have the specific item of staff coming back in. If possible, I think I will get us to constrain lunch and for council to resume in public session at 2 o'clock for doing the remaining 2 items. Council adjourned till 2 p.m. with respect to the appointment of regional on-scene commanders under the Maritime Transport Act. Welcome to Stuart. My apologies. And Michelle. My apologies, Michelle. If the two of you would just like to take us through to the report, then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm here today as acting Mandy, in case you're wondering why you have me and not Mandy. So it's a straightforward report that appoints Stuart as our regional on-scene commander. Stuart completed the training course last week. Congratulations. It's quite a challenging course. And you might have noticed that in paragraph 5.2, we mentioned that for council to be able to appoint Stuart, we need approval from the Director of Maritime New Zealand, and I can confirm that we have received that. So take the report as read, and if you have any questions, just fire away.
Any questions? Look, I was very comfortable with the report, and it's just a transition really with Brent Edwards' retirement. The only part longer term is this is an area where it seems to make no sense for our ill spill preparedness and response to be separate from Tasman, given just the nature of the water body in the region. And I just wish to signal that in the longer term, the sooner we move to a joint arrangement for the marine management between Tasman Bay and the areas of that under our jurisdiction and that of Tasman, in my view, would just make common sense both in economics but also in terms of being able to respond to an event. Councillor Anderson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Sorry, it's just a question. I'm not quite sure how it works. So I was wondering, it just seemed weird to me. I mean, it's the way it works, but a course every 6 years. What is the response? Do we have subject matter experts at the port and Coast Guard and whatnot? Just to me, it seems quite thin. Just I was kind of in that space for a while, and we'd be training all the time in and around spill contamination and whatnot.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, we do have a regional response plan that is exercised twice a year. And we have regional responders, and it is a shared plan with Nelson and Tasman. So it's across boundary, the regional oil spill response plan. And we have currently on the books 20 responders between Nelson and Tasman, mainly council staff. And next exercise is next month, and then we have a large exercise in February, usually. Yeah.
If there are no further questions, is a colleague prepared to move the adoption of the 5 recommendations of appointments? Thank you, Councillor Courtney. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Stallard. Is there any debate? That being the case, I'll put those resolutions. All those in favour, please say aye. If the contrary, say no. That is carried. Invite Mark Preston Thomas to present on item 10 and the Community Investment Fund update.
Kia ora, councillors. This is a noting report relating to the June Community Investment Fund allocations. I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Over to council. Very straightforward. On that basis, I will move from the chair the adoption of the recommendations and the receipt of the report on the Community Investment Fund. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Is there any debate? That being the case, all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no. That's carried. The loudest voice was on Rohan on remote. I wish now to move from the chair for those items of business that have been agendaed to be held confidentially, that the council excludes the public from the following parts of proceedings, and the agenda sets out those items and the justification. Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Courtney. I shall then put the resolution of moving into confidential business. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. I'll just give